Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're back again today, or tonight, I should say, to read some more stories from Tales from the Creeps. Um, the new Creepcast fan story subreddit, if you want to call it, or place for people who want to post stories. Because they got inspired from Creepcast, or just because they don't have anywhere to post them, because no sleep, you know, is ridiculous. So, yeah, that is what we're doing here today. I'm excited. It is the middle of the night. So it's a good time to read some spooky stories. And yeah, I'm a night person, so I know I stream at odd times. So if you're not able to catch the stream live, I'm just happy that you watch it, or that you're able to see the VOD after the fact. I try to message every author and let them know like when I'm going live, but yeah, I realize most aren't going to be able to watch it, so that's the main reason I switched to YouTube. Anyways, was just to have the VODs not get removed. The VODs stay up, and so that way the authors can come and check out their story when they have time, and hear me read it and hear what I think about it. So yeah, I'm excited, and I'm excited. The more I've been looking at the Tales from the Creep subreddit, it's expanding. I think it's got almost, yeah. Okay, isn't there a member count? Anyways, 2,000 weekly visitors, not bad. Hopefully we can get up to the point where maybe we it can be you know, um few thousand, like 5, 10,000 maybe members, just so it could maybe compete with some of these other larger subreddits. But anyways, doesn't matter. Today we kind of got multiple stories on the menu. I have kind of like 3 or 4 main ones, and then 2 really short, just like poems. And then maybe we'll read a few more. But anyways, the first story is from Comprehensive Wind 7132. All I can hear are her angelic whispers. She wants me to spread her word. Yeah, I'm guessing for that one we're gonna get some sort of a temptress sort of a story. You know, you hear a voice and it tells you to do something, and you're not sure if you're crazy, sort of a thing. But that one looks interesting. This one I'm really interested in, from the underscore white mare. I'm being followed by a snowman. It's the only thing that knows what I did. That one sounds fun and also interesting. Getting some vibes that our narrator, did something bad, but the snowman was witness to it, and have a snowman kind of come to life and follow you, but at like being a witness, kind of interesting, kind of a interesting, unique concept that just, yeah, really intrigued me. And then Between the Cosmic Wedding is like kind of the last of our main short stories that we have today, from Aggravating Yard, 637. Sorry, my dyslexia is kicking in. Um, but yeah, this got a cool art art with it. I'm thinking it's maybe an astronaut out in space, you know whatever, falling through dimensions or falling, in between dimensions into a kind of liminal space maybe, or you know, forget, whatever, doesn't matter. Another dimension type of a story is what I'm gonna theorize for these, and I'm just going off names of the titles, really, and if there's any artwork or anything. And then we have some stuff from Harold Sleeper. Now, Harold was in the chat last time. I do plan on getting to both of these little short. I mean, this is definitely a poem. I don't know. I think you could call this a poem too. It's just not in a like poetic form or style. It's just written, but that's fine, Or there's a lot of poems that are just look like a paragraph of text too. So, but yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna read these two because they were the first kind of ones that he sent me. He sent me several in a message, and I also wanted to read Harold's stories, because of, as an example, if you message me and that already in my mind helps your story to move up the list in terms of when I'm gonna read it. But if you like give me a synopsis of the story, like some people were very smart and they followed my exact format for the way to list your story, which I appreciate everyone who did that. But then some people commented underneath their story and were like, and this is what it's about, and that stuff really helps. And that's cool if you do it on the post. But there's also people like Harold that just, DM me or DM me back, because they have a question or whatever. And then yeah, he sent me these, so I wanna read both of these short ones, and then I might read more of his stuff because I think a lot of his stuff is short. So I might just kind of start with these three other stories and then kind of move into a few of Harold's things until I want to end the stream, basically. Yeah, and that's just the plan for tonight. But yeah, I wanted to give people that example that if you message me saying like, you know, hey, this story in particular, I really want feedback on, or I'm really, I worked really hard on it, and it didn't get a lot of, nobody really upvoted it or commented on it, so I just don't know what anyone thinks, and I maybe wanna expand it, or I maybe wanna be doing rewrites on it or whatever, but that you're kind of like, I don't know if it's worth my time. Um, my point in bringing that up is that yeah, like if you message me, I will that all that just helps your story to be moved up the list, and it just makes me interested in it, cuz right now I just have over like around, say, like maybe 70 to 100 stories. I'm not quite sure. But there's a lot of stories, and um you know anything, it's hard to make anything stand out. Like some, the titles make it stand out. Some, people write kind of a little bit what's it about, or maybe like the setting or the kind of themes or whatever. But yeah, anything to kind of make your story stand out will help me to get to it faster. Now, if you don't care if I get to it fast, then fine, don't bother. I just want to let people know, because I do feel a little bit bad when I do a post like this, and I was expecting it to maybe kind of catch on, and it did, and I'm happy it did, but I was not expecting this level of engagement where it's got, almost 200 upvotes and like, over 100 comments like that. That's definitely on the high side of what I was expecting. So yeah, I just that is all just to say that I will read I will try to get to everything eventually, but if you're one of these people that really is anxious or, um anticipating when I'm gonna read your story, yeah, just send me a message, tell me why you why you want me to read your story, what it's about, sort of a thing, and just even that little bit of information. I know it seems like it might not do much, but then we've opened up a dialogue, and it just helps it to move kind of up the list, and it helps your story to stand out from the, because right now I just have a document of, I think it's like 70 or so stories, and I haven't really got to. I've been trying to organize it and make it so that I can check stuff off, but right now, yeah, I haven't even like cross-referenced it just to make sure it didn't miss any stories or whatever. And yeah, I'm trying to compile that document and have it in such a way that I can systematically go through it and search it and you know find, because it helps me to know kind of the length too, so that I can try to break up the stream with not too long of stories, or if I'm gonna do a long stream, just do one series, and so yeah, it helps me to kind of figure it out, and try to set this up in such a way to where one story doesn't hog an entire stream unless I want that to be the case. But yeah, anyways, so that's what we're doing today. I appreciate everybody who, reached out, just said thank you. I know there were a few people that commented just saying like thank you for doing this, and all I have to say is thank you for, posting stories, and it's my pleasure to read the stories, to talk about them, to just, kind of have kind of just get lost in not only the story itself, but in thinking about, what could be better, what works in the story, what doesn't. I find all that stuff really fun. I find getting lost in the story awesome, and then I find like trying to help better stories really rewarding too. So yeah. Anyways, let's see. So we have all I can hear are her angelic whispers. She wanted me to spread her word. Um, I do think it might be a good idea to get a little bit of music going, although no one's in the chat right now, so here. It's just my main issue right now is that it's too damn quiet in my house, and so it makes me uh yeah, what is it called? Witch bolt. Or no, that might have been copyrighted, so never mind, I can't do that. All right, I guess we're doing Hours by Max Hansen. Here, how about we do just copyright free? Sorry, I know I should have done this before the stream. Um, Alright, we'll do Cthulhu. I know I've done this before. Alright, now I gotta turn it up on my phone. Or not turn it up, but I gotta make sure that the audio. So sorry, I know this is unprofessional of me, but I just, without anybody in the chat to tell me, I gotta make sure that the music isn't too loud. It still sounds pretty loud to me. That doesn't. How's that? Let's see. Check. How's that? Let's see. Here. I'm gonna go into OBS real quick. I'm gonna leave my mic at the same volume, but we're gonna kinda nuke the desktop audio. So I just this is my issue is that I want to be able to hear it while I read the story. It helps me too. I feel like it adds an ambiance for me too. So I want to. God damn it. Testing. Let's see. I'm gonna nuke my voice a little bit too. All right. Might be as good as it gets. Test, test, test. This is Tales from the Creeps with your host, RedDeathMask, here to read some motherfucking horror stories coming at you live from Colorado, somewhere in undisclosed location. All right, let's do this. Enough stalling. Get to it. God damn it. All right. All I can hear are her angelic whispers. She wants me. She wants me to spread her word. I've always wanted to write stories. I just never had the motivation to. I'd always get halfway through and then run out of ideas, or just lose the drive to keep going. But this time, I'm going to finish one because you can't run out of ideas when what you're writing about actually happened to you. Just in terms of rating the beginning, I would rate this slightly above other stories because like a lot of the authors who are writing in the Creepcast sub, they are newer authors or not professional. And so I think it's smart to kind of do. I know a lot of stories go off or have some sort of cliche start where they're like, I've never written a story, or I don't know if anyone will read this, sort of a thing. But this, I think, is smart because it personalizes it in a way where it's like, I never was sure if I write or if I could never finish a story. I've always wanted to write, but I could never finish. And then it also lets you know at the same time, but this actually happened, so it has that way of like validating itself where it's like, but I'm going to be able to finish because, whatever, because this is my lived experience. This isn't, just me making up shit. So it's kind of fun. It's a clever way to kind of say like, hey, I'm not a professional author or whatever, but I've always wanted to write a story, and this is the reason why I was able to write it, and because it happened to me. And so it adds some authenticity, and it also adds some authenticity because like as someone who's read a lot of these stories, like I can assume that yes, this person who's probably writing it does like to write stories or has wanted to for a long time, but maybe has never found the time or the follow through. So there's this sense that that not just the narrator, the character who's writing this, but the author is letting some of themselves bleed onto the page too. It's not just somebody being like, I'm stuck in a cabin, and I'm writing this to whoever finds my body, sort of a thing where it's like that's an earnest plea too for the narrator to make, but it being on a Reddit board, we can assume that the author isn't actually in a cabin dying. You know what I mean? And so, yeah, I get the sense that not only am I learning about gonna learn about this narrator and this character and what happened, but I'm also gonna get a little bit of comprehensive win, whoever they are. I'm gonna get a little bit of their uh personality too wrapped up in it. And narrator should be that way, right? Especially for, you know, like some of the author should always come through on part of the page, but then at the same time there's plenty of stories where there's multiple characters, and can you really say that like the author is super close to all of them? Well, not necessarily, and so I think that it's kind of cool when people use this format of the online story posting format to kind of muddy the difference between the narrator, or the character that is the narrator, and them as a person, right? It just makes it that much more, not believable, but like, oh, I wonder if this part's true. Even if I know I'm reading a fictional story, maybe some parts of it are going to be true. And so that's what's kind of fun to me as the reader. So yeah, anyways, let's continue. Before I begin retelling my night, I first want to apologize to my sister, Hannah. I'm so sorry. The fact that I'm leaving you this way kills me, but I have to do it. I have to follow what I'm being told. I love you so much, Hannah. Mom and Dad would be so proud of the woman you've become. Well, you're British because you said mom. Well, maybe not British, but European in some fashion. I don't know. I don't think they say mum in Canada. I don't know. My point is, mum is a dead giveaway. We say mom here in America. But anyways, doesn't matter. It's just one of those things that you notice when you read a lot of these. And I'm surprised. I mean, I know a lot of podcasts are people from all over the world listen, but Creepcast audience there seems to be a lot of people in like Europe, and just non-American people for two American guys that do a podcast. But maybe that's the way with most podcasts. So Anna, Mom and Dad would be so proud of the woman you've become. And for the police or anyone else reading this, I'm not suicidal. I'm not unhappy. I would never kill myself because I'm sad. I've never been happier. And my life is just finally falling into place. With that being said, here is the night I just had. The dark gray clouds billowed through the sky as if they had somewhere urgent to be. So thick, not even the moonlight could cut through them. The air outside carried that pungent smell of storm water, filling your lungs the moment you breathed in. Every gust of wind whistled past windows like a farmer calling his cattle, sharp and shrill against the silence between strikes. Then came the thunder, bone shaking, booming across the city, loud enough to give a person Vietnam flashbacks, even if they'd never stepped foot in the country. The rumble lingered for seconds after, crawling through the walls and into your chest like something alive. For the fourth time tonight, a flash tore through my room, bright enough to make me think it had permanently bleached the walls. My eyes shot open as if the heavens had just cracked wide above me, only for the darkness to slam back a second later. I grumbled. I need some better curtains. As if saying it would magically make them appear. Dragging my arm out from under my pillow, pins and needles crept from my elbow to the tips of my fingers. Every prick sharp enough to make me wince. I reached blindly across the bedside table to the water bottle I could just make out in the darkness. My hand skimmed over cold wood, my phone, plastic, then nothing. A second later, the bottle toppled to the ground, a little water inside sloshing far too loudly for how little was left. The sound gradually faded as it rolled further than it should have, as though the darkness itself had decided to claim it. So did he knock the water over? Is that what this is implying? He knocked, I mean, at least our narrator at this point is assuming that he knocked the water over, but it kind of toppled away too far, almost as if it was snatched by the darkness. I thought about just leaving it there and falling back into my dreams, but my throat had other plans. It was dry and sore, in that way only a restless sleep can cause, like I had spent the night inhaling every speck of dust in my room. I groaned and mumbled a few half-awake profanities while dragging myself out of bed, every bone and joint screaming in protest as I stood. The coldness of the room wrapped around me, sending a shiver down my spine. I turned to grab the cotton blanket that usually lay across the end of my bed, but no matter how much I felt around, I couldn't find it. Shaking my head in frustration, and at the cold, which somehow felt even colder the longer I stood there, I remembered my original goal, the water bottle. Thin sliver of moonlight broke through the storm clouds, catching the bottle and lighting it up in the darkness. I glared at it like it had wronged me personally. Just as I bent down to grab it, a sharp tap hit me in the window. Sharp tap hit the window behind me. Sorry. The music always fails me, dude. And it's not that I fully hate that one, it's just that it does those loud crashes at moments like where it just seems wrong to me. So I just end up going back to Max Hansen and looping hours. Hopefully it doesn't get too annoying. Anyways, a sharp tap hit the window behind me. I spun around faster than I thought I was capable of, staring at the balcony door where the sound came from. My eyes struggled to adjust after staring into the darkness for so long. The city lights glowed faintly beyond the glass. Then I saw her, a woman, standing there. My heart dropped. My breath caught in my throat and I tried to scream, but only a pathetic squeak came out. I rubbed my eyes hard, praying I was seeing things, that it was just my tired brain messing with me. Slowly, I peeled my fists away from my face and looked again. My fucking towel. It hung from the clothesline, flapping in the wind, soaked and useless. That was fun. It's a simple thing in horror, the scare before the scare, the thing that you see that whatever. Um, but I like, I think it's done well, and it's a trope, it's a common trope or scene in horror for a reason. It's because like when people are scared, that does happen to you, where you'll see something that you see every day even, and for some reason that one time it'll scare you. It can be a mirror in your house where you're like, I see that mirror all the time. um I know that I see my reflection in it every day, but just you happen to catch it at the wrong time, and it just scares the shit out of you. So that's fun. I like that. It hung from the clothesline, flapping in the wind, soaked and useless. For the second day in a row, I was stuck with the tiny towel my ex had left behind, the one barely bigger than my torso. Do we think our narrator's a woman? I'm not sure yet. I thought it was a man just because, like, the angelic woman and the sister. But we don't actually know yet, do we? So, not that it fully matters. I just, yeah, I realized when it said my ex, I was like, we don't know. Anyways, taking a deep breath to calm my racing heart, I turned back toward the water bottle that had already stolen too much of my night. The moonlight had vanished behind the clouds again, leaving the room in complete darkness. I bent down blindly, and pain shot through my spine like a jolt of electricity. Fucking bricklaying, I screamed. Bent down, and pain shot. Okay, so I thought like something happened, like something stabbed them or whoever it is, but no, it's fucking bricklaying, I screamed. I'm going to be bedridden by 30. So yeah, they just have back pain like that, which back pain will do that. I mean, you move too fast in the morning or something, and it's like just like a stab of pain, Grabbing my lower back, I reached out with my free hand to feel around for the bottle. There was nothing. With a grunt, at this point, I'm like, turn on the light, dude. At this point, I'm like, you getting scared by the towel, you're whatever, just flip on a fucking light. But grabbing my lower back, I reached out with my hand, with my free hand to feel around for the bottle, but there was nothing. With a grunt, I slowly pulled myself upright and did what I should have done the moment I woke up. Yes, here we go. I felt along the edge of my bedside table until I found the lamp switch. It flickered a few times, clearly protesting being used for what was probably the second time since I moved here 5 years ago, before finally flashing to life. The yellow soft light filled the room, and there it was, a bottle of water, sitting exactly where I had left it, the little water still inside, swaying from side to side. Staring at the bottle, a single tear of pure terror slowly made its way down my cheek, reaching my chin before falling to the floor. The old dry wood soaked it up instantly. I swallowed hard, the lack of saliva burning my throat. With an unsteady hand, I reached out and grabbed the bottle, the water inside sloshing rapidly from the shake in my hand. I closed my eyes, wanting to leave this place behind, if only for a few seconds. Okay, so I'm a little confused at this specific part, why they got so afraid and why they shed a tear when they saw the bottle of water. I'm sure maybe we'll find out, but the fact that they're like shaking and stuff, I mean, maybe they were just scared from the woman they thought they saw, and that's just like still the adrenaline or whatever is still going through them. But yeah, that's a little confusing to me. And I also have to say, after reading, enough of this story now, I'm like, I am kind of curious. They're talking so much about a water bottle that I am kind of wondering, like, is it just a plastic, disposable, shitty water bottle? Is it, reusable, but, kind of shitty? Or is it like, I don't know, is it like a thick Yeti water bottle that, like, and it kept saying how there was only a little bit of water in it, but then it's like the water sloshing rapidly, which I guess a little bit of water could do from the shake of your hand, but I also think, like, I don't know, I'm just trying to picture everything, and yeah, I'm going to assume it's just a disposable water bottle. My mind drifted back to when I was younger, to the days when I'd have panic attacks over the smallest things. Okay, so that kind of answers her question. I'm gonna guess that it's just because they got worked up in the dark, seeing the towel and all that stuff. Getting 70% on a test, putting a dent in the wall, little things like that. I'd curl up into a ball, hyperventilating, shaking, crying. No one could calm me down. No one except my mom. Her voice was so calming to me as a child. The voice of an angel. My father used to say. She would walk over, crouch down beside me, and rub my back, whispering that everything was going to be okay. She'd tell me to breathe, count to five and breathe in, then count to 10 and breathe out. Warmth would wash over me, and every problem I had would fade away into the deep ocean of my mind, drifting further and further out of reach. That's where I go when I feel a panic attack coming on. Back to those moments. With that, I opened my eyes, took a deep breath, and sat down, placing the bottle beside me. I reached for my phone and turned it on. I do have to say that this is not related to story analysis, but if I'm waking up in the middle of the night and I only have a teeny bit of water and I'm getting out of bed, I'm going to fill that bitch up again. I know there are these people that drink it just till the last drop is gone, and then they're like, "Oh no, that's fine. I've had enough." But if I'm in bed asleep and I get out of bed, I'm almost always going to get a new glass of water or a snack in a glass of water or a ginger ale in a glass of water, And maybe that's just my own, like, because the way I think about it in my mind is like, I've already went through the trouble of waking up and getting out of bed. I'm not gonna waste this time, because who knows? I might, if I just drank the last little bit of water and got back into bed, that might be enough to quench me. But then I might also not be able to fall asleep because I'm like, oh shit, I'm still thirsty. So then I have to get up again. Nah, fuck that. I'm just going to get the water. Maybe that's, maybe that's not everybody, but that's just me. But I think it's useful for to bring these sorts of things up because we would assume that, like, I don't know, everyone drinks water at their nightstand the same way as writers, right? Like, we would kind of assume that that's just a very regular human thing and it's all kind of the same way. But to me, something that I notice about myself, at least, is that I'm very specific. Like, I always have to have, first of all, I'm an ice. People have literally called me an ice Nazi before. I always put ice like in all my drinks. I drink milk with ice. I drink, and so which people think I'm insane for. I don't care. Um, and so I drink. Yeah, like if I get up in the middle of the night and my water has gone room temperature and doesn't have ice, like I'm probably just going to get a full. I'm going to dump it out and get a new glass of water with ice. So it's different for everybody, but I think it's important because I think these are the sort of things that specific things that you can add to a character that just make them a little bit more unique. Whereas like this person, I think what's unique is not necessarily them getting the water, but what's their whole just that little thing of them scaring themselves made them almost have a panic attack, and that is interesting for our character. So I like it so far. Oh yeah, I was gonna say, and that's why I always have the fucking metal lid cups so that the ice lasts a long time in them. uh I reached for my phone and turned it on, blinding myself in the process. The light from the screen overpowered my lamp twofold. Scrambling for the brightness bar, I dragged it from max to the lowest setting, my eyes slowly adjusting. Swiping up, I angled it toward my face, but the massive crack in the screen had other plans. Impatiently, I punched in my passcode 436744, the name of my ex girlfriend. I still refuse to change. Opening the voice notes app, saw only one recording sitting there. A 27-second message from my mom. I tapped it. Voice alone made tears well in my eyes. Hey, sweetheart. I know, you don't like me calling you that. 21 or not, you're still my little boy. Anyway, sorry I missed your call earlier. Your sister told me what happened, and I'm so gosh darn proud of you, sweetie. I knew you'd be able to get a place of your own. Your sister and I are so happy for you, and I have no doubt if your father were still with us, he would be too. Those words would hit me like a sack of bricks. Tears flowed freely down my face. Okay, so we learned a few things from this. Narrator's a man. Narrator's an emotional, nervous guy. Narrator has a sister, which we already knew, but it sounds like maybe he lived with his sister, or I don't know, but now he got a place of his own. Um, uh, and he he has lost his mother and his father, but it sounds like not at the same time. He lost his father earlier in life, and then lost his mother too. It sounded like, because I think earlier he said, uh, he mentioned something about his parents, I think, being gone. So, anyways, important to know because I do think we're gonna get some sort of an interaction with his sister at some point in this story. But the main letter that he's writing here seems like it's to his sister in terms of like to Hannah, don't what does he say earlier? It's like to Hannah, don't worry about me or whatever. Um or I'm so sorry, he says, right? Yeah, Hannah, I'm so sorry. The fact that I'm leaving you this way kills me, but I have to do it. I have to follow what I'm being told. I love you so much. So yeah, leaving you this way. Hmm. I think he's referring to like just leaving a letter, not like coming to say goodbye. I don't think he like paralyzed his sister and left her that way or something, but who knows? We'll see. But yeah, and that's important, right? Cuz if you have a sibling and, your both your parents have passed away, it's like that bond isn't always really strong, but you can bet that those people are gonna, if they are close, are gonna be really close, and it's gonna be, the sister's gonna feel hurt if all of a sudden our narrator just disappears or, you know, moves 2,000 miles away or whatever. So, yeah, I just think it's important to kind of say all this stuff, even though it might be easy to pick up on. You say it all out loud. At least I do when I'm reading because I want to. Because it seems like this is gonna be an emotionally impactful story. It's gonna have emotional ramifications. It's psychological, emotional horror too. So I think it's important to kind of keep these things at the forefront of our mind as we're reading, so that we don't, so that when it seems like when our narrator makes the choice to finally, leave his sister or not answer her phone call or whatever the choice may be, it's like he's abandoning his last family member on earth. It's not just a simple like, oh well, I didn't call her back. It's like in this context, it is important. So those words hit me like a sack of brick. Tears flowed freely down my face. Um, I promise I'll come down to see what you've done with the place when I get back from France. I love you so much, Peanut. I miss you and your sister so much. The beep ending the message was far louder than it had any right to be. It lingered in the room long after it stopped, humming in silence. I shut my phone off, and the moment the screen went dark, the tears broke free. I collapsed into myself and sobbed, shaking, unable to hold anything in anymore. After what felt like hours of crying, I wiped the tears from my cheeks, dragging the back of my hand across my face until the last drop clung to my eyelid and finally fell. My sheets were damp beneath me, cold against my skin, and I pushed myself upright, chest still rising and falling too fast, my heartbeat thudding. It was trying to punch its way out. I rose to my feet, dragging in a deep breath as I tried to steady the hammering in my chest. Glancing toward the kitchen, my lamp cast a weak, sick looking glow that barely reached the corner of the room, let alone the light switch on the wall. Shadows thickened in every gap the light could not touch. I grabbed the bottle from the table, and the moment my fingers closed around it, that same ice cold dread came flowing back. I still couldn't understand how it had moved on its own, or how it had moved so quietly. I took a step toward the switch, then another. The lamp behind me flickered again, each stutter plunging me into momentary darkness. The air felt heavy with every step, like the room was filling with smoke I couldn't see. Just as my fingertips brushed the wall, the lamp gave one final buzzing flicker and died with a soft pop. The apartment dropped into pitch black. A breath, not mine, expanded in the darkness beside me. I froze. This is very fun. Such a simple concept of just like getting up in the darkness. Something is moved in your house, could be anything. Um, and for somebody who's already, a nervous or scared person, or just even a grieving person, like you could see how it's not always the biggest, craziest, scariest things that can be horrifying. It can be something so little at first that really kind of shake. Like it can just be something like, I know I didn't leave that there, and even if you're certain, it's like, well, what's the big deal? It moved, or you moved it and forgot about it. But to a nervous person who's already kind of on the edge and like bereaved, it's like that could be the thing that just sends them over the edge. We don't know. So, breath, not mine, expanded the darkness beside me. I froze. Very slowly, like my neck was rusted, I turned my head to the left, and there, in the narrow space where my front door met the bathroom, something waited. A small, a shape too tall to stand upright, a shape that folded itself into the corner, spine bent, neck twisted, head scraping the ceiling. It wasn't just a shadow. Shadows don't breathe. This one did. Long, slow breaths that rattled like broken glass in a chest too big to be human. Its face, or whatever passed for one, pointed straight at me. I couldn't see eyes, but I felt them, heavy, burning, full of some emotion I didn't recognize but instantly feared. My whole body locked. I wanted to scream, but the sound crawled back down my throat and died there, forcing my arms to move like I was trying to swim through wet cement, inch by inch, shaking violently. I dragged my hand toward the switch. The creature's breathing quickened, a low rasping, like something sharpening itself. My fingers brushed the plastic. It leaned toward me. I slammed my palm into the wall. The light snapped on with a crack. The figure vanished instantly. No fade, no movement, gone like it had never existed. But the cold it left behind stayed pressed against my skin. Hold on 1 second. Sorry, guys. I'm all out of sorts tonight. Should have put this on before the stream because I'm out of vapes are empty. So I'm trying to smoke, but the nicotine isn't hitting, so I slammed my palm into the wall. The light snapped on with a crack. Sorry. But the cold it left behind stayed pressed against my skin. Not taking my eyes off the corner, I crept toward the fridge, every step slowing and trembling, terrified that if I blinked, it would be standing there again. As I reached the fridge, I finally took my eyes off the corner, though the image of that thing was still burned into my cornea. A note was stuck to the fridge with my Daffy Duck magnet. I don't know why I find that fun. I'm just like, this is a grown man over 21, lost both his parents, sister, whatever. His mom was proud when he moved out, which is maybe a sign that, like maybe he didn't want to move out or, whatever. And now he's got a Daffy Duck magnet. I'm like, could this perhaps be a Disney adult? Are we getting an overly anxious story about a Disney adult? I don't know. A note was stuck to the fridge with my Daffy Duck magnet. I replaced all the junk food in here with some healthier things. Stop eating shit, you fat cunt. Love, Hannah. Well, Hannah's cool. I mean, that's nice of a sister. And I mean, the magnet could just be a magnet. It doesn't necessarily mean that he's infantilized or like a child. But the fact that his sister replaced his food or whatever with healthier food. I mean, I think we can assume that, I don't know if man-child is the right word, but I think we can assume that maybe our narrator has some like maturity issues or struggles with like standing on his own 2 feet, so to speak, Fucking bitch, I laughed under my breath as I yanked the fridge open, only to see she was telling the truth. My chocolate, leftover KFC, pizza, and a few other things had all been replaced with healthy microwave meals, fruit, and vegetables. Shaking my head, I grabbed the water jug sitting alone on the door. I expected a full jug of ice-cold water, but instead, it was completely empty, the only water being the condensation dripping down the sides. How fucking hard is it to fill some water? I yelled in frustration as I chucked the jug into the sink. All of the night's events crashing down on me at once. Grudgingly, I stormed over to the tap and filled the now crumpled bottle with lukewarm water. So pause here. I do think for how upset he just was, this was kind of a fast shift in terms of like he just would not even take his eyes off that corner because he was so scared a monster comes back. And then as soon as he sees the note, it's like he reads that and then he's just now like, I don't know, for how nervous and stressed he was earlier. I don't know, maybe his sister's note just snapped him out of it completely, but I feel like you would still be worried. And I want to lay a bear trap, a prediction here that I do think this creature or whatever is what's taking the water. I think it absorbs water. Maybe not like, maybe it doesn't actually drink it. Maybe it's just any water nearby. It kind of like, you know, just absorbs or whatever. But yeah, because now we have the two things about like, and his sister already just went and replaced all his groceries, so it's like it doesn't make sense that his water would just be empty unless he lives with someone else or something. But finally laying back in the warm sheets, my throat now nourished by the water, only for it to be replaced by an agonizing headache. I cannot catch a break tonight, I moaned, though hearing my voice felt pointless. Oh, I cannot catch a break tonight, I moaned, though hearing my own voice felt pointless. The pain felt alive behind my eye, like something had crawled from my ear canal to behind my eyes and was now trying its best to force them out of my skull. I did not get a moment of peace, tossing and turning. I continued to try to fall back into the quiet bliss of sleep, but try as I might, nothing was working. Even though my eyes were heavy, I was wide awake now. Next few minutes slipped away from me. 1 second, I was staring at my ceiling, fans slowly circling above me, thinking to myself, that was probably the culprit of the cold air before. I closed my eyes, willing them to stay shut, but sleep still refused to come. I could breathe. Cold breeze brushed across my skin, followed by a heavy, chilling pressure on my feet. Confused, I opened my eyes. Bedroom ceiling was gone. Instead, the booming city stretched out beneath me. Drunk people stumbled along the footpath below, their voices carrying up in messy echoes. The faint bass from the nightclub across the street thumped through the air. For a moment, I just blinked once, twice, rapidly, but nothing changed. I was outside. Somehow, without remembering a single step, I had fallen asleep and walked onto my balcony. I never sleepwalked a day in my life. Luckily, the rain from earlier had eased, and a light drizzle had taken its place. The people below didn't seem bothered by it at all. Far off in the distance, the looming storm clouds that had occupied the sky above me earlier were drifting away to disturb someone else's sleep. Silent flashes of lightning followed behind them. The city beyond my building cast a faint glow onto the low clouds above, staining them soft orange-gray. Looking out over it all reminded me how lucky I was. My apartment might be small, but this view made up for every inch I didn't have. Beat my sister's place by a mile. Me and Hannah used to sit out here with a slab of beers between us, talking shit and complaining about our lives. She'd tell me stories about the tiny town we both grew up in, the same town I couldn't wait to escape from. But that she still seemed weirdly attached to it. She always said, I don't understand how you can go from a small town straight into the living heart of Melbourne. I know, is Melbourne Scotland? Pulling that out my ass if it is, but I'm just kind of curious because I knew they weren't American, and especially by how cavalier. Australia, right? Okay, that makes sense with the C word too, especially. by how easily she put the C word in a note, and that she just called in that C. Like, even just then, I called it the C word, which in America, it is a bigger deal. There are definitely a lot of women that you even use that word casually around them, and they're like, that's disgusting. Even if you're not talking about a person when you say it, you know? But Australia is different for sure. So, uh, yeah, Melbourne, yes, Australia. The view was always my answer. The atmosphere was electric. Every building was beautiful in its own way. And my favorite of all, the MCG towered proudly to my left, demanding your attention, uh, no matter where you looked. I wandered closer to the edge and leaned over the railing, expecting that familiar twist of dread in my gut, but instead, a strange calm washed over me. Not comfort, not relief, something colder. A chill shot down my spine, yet my body relaxed as if someone was easing their hands onto my shoulders. For a moment, it felt like the whole world had gone quiet, waiting. That was when I heard it. A voice, soft, oddly familiar, female, close enough that it might as well have been whispered in my ear. I instinctively turned, expecting someone to be standing right behind me, but there was no one. Only the empty balcony and the return of the hum from the city far below. The voice whispered again, gentle and melodic, but the words were wrong. They didn't sound like English. They didn't even sound like a language I could place. They slid into my ears like a harp played backwards, soothing in a way that made my skin crawl. I couldn't understand what she was saying, yet somehow I knew exactly what she wanted. She was telling me to sit on the railing. My body moved before my mind could argue, my hands resting on the cold metal as I lifted myself up, settling onto the edge as if it were the most natural thing in the world, like I had done it hundreds of times. Sitting on the railing, my legs dangled into the void below. A sudden gust of wind slammed into my left side. Into my left side, hard enough to almost knock me off balance and send me plummeting to my death. But I didn't feel fear, not even a flicker. Instead, a wave of pure glee surged through me, so bright and overwhelming it almost hurt. I couldn't remember even feeling this happy, not once in my entire life. This is interesting. The joy her voice had planted in me was sharper, sweeter, stronger than anything I'd ever known. Even the thought of holding my own child one day couldn't compare to the smile stretching across my face now, a smile so wide it felt unnatural, like it belonged to someone else. Kicking my legs gently over the edge, I felt a strange lightness in them, almost childlike. The smile on my face wouldn't leave. It sat there as if someone else had placed it on me and forgotten to take it back. I waited, patient and obedient, though I didn't know why. Something inside me was quiet now, quiet in a way it had never been before. Then I heard it again, her voice. Only this time, it wasn't just a voice drifting through the air. There was a shape to it, form, presence. A soft glow appeared in front of me, floating with a grace that didn't disturb the wind. The light stretched, opened, unfolded, becoming a being that hovered just above the balcony rail. Its body was impossible to describe it in a human way. It was soft and sharp at the same time, shifting like silk underwater. In the very center of it all, a massive, unblinking eye gazed into me, not at me, into me. The eye didn't frighten me. The closeness didn't frighten me. Nothing did. There was no fear left, no panic, no sense of danger. Only that strange joy, warm but hollow, spreading through my chest. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen, though I couldn't explain why. Its wings, 6, maybe 8 of them, fanned out on each side, each pair moving at a different rhythm, keeping it aloft with a breeze that washed over my skin. The air it stirred was perfect, not cold, not warm, just exactly what I wanted, without ever knowing I wanted it. For the first time, it spoke in words I could not understand. It spoke in words I could understand. Be not afraid, my child. Her voice sounded like a choir, like every choir I had ever heard, layered together, ancient and soft, echoing in a place deeper than my ears. The meaning soaked into me instantly, calming every muscle I didn't even realize was tense. Zoe, I'm getting a little chilly. Sure, I'll end up taking this off at some point. And her words slipped back into that other language, the one I couldn't place, couldn't decipher, yet somehow couldn't ignore. It was gentle and distant, like a lullaby whispering from behind a wall, too soft to fully hear, too loud to fully block out. I closed my eyes and let her voice pour over me, wrapping around my head, my shoulders, my whole body. It was comforting the way a warm bath might be comforting after a long day, except there was something underneath it, something hollow, something off. Then suddenly it stopped. Her voice cut out completely. The silence that followed was unbearable. It pressed into my ears like pressure building from a storm, louder than any sound I'd heard that night. I opened my eyes. The balcony was gone. The night air was gone. She was gone. I was sitting at my dining room table, my computer open in front of me, screen glowing white. I had no memory of walking here, no footsteps, no movement, just the lingering warmth of her presence fading around my shoulders. But I knew what I was supposed to do. I had to spread what I'd felt, this strange joy, this impossible calm. People deserved to feel it, to understand it. Her whispers echoed faintly in the back of my mind, guiding me. Not words, just tones, almost like breaths drawn too close to hear, drawn too close to the ear. She was waiting outside again, waiting for me to come back to her, to return to that warmth and that light. She wanted others to hear her, to feel her. Her voice filled the silence around me as I prepared to join her again, beneath the glow of her wings, in the place where everything felt quiet and light and unreal. All I can hear are her angelic whispers. Um, yeah, here. I need to pause the music. This was good. I liked it. I think what worked the most of it is the simplicity of it. It's fairly short, so I understand that like in this short a time there's not too much more you could have done. Like maybe I would have liked to seen an exchange with Hannah, something other than just the note. Although we got a lot for not having an actual exchange with her. But yeah, it's such a simple story. It seems almost like a metaphor for, you know, like depression or like the call of, he seemed like such a nervous and afraid person. Um and then he kind of like goes to the fridge and then he kind of just forgets about that and then he goes back to bed, but then he ends up out on the balcony. And yeah, I don't. In some ways, I feel like this is 'cause she never like told him to jump or anything, but it seems like it's almost like this was like a metaphor for like the calmness a truly depressed, mentally ill person. And I'm not saying that this is how it should be, or I'm not saying but it's like almost like the calmness someone can have uh when they're truly like a depressed, sad person, and when they start to like make the choice to like take their own life or something like that. It's described some people who have like survived suicide attempts and or unaliving, and stuff like that. Or just people with, yeah, who have struggled with it. I've talked about how there's almost like a weight because for so long they're struggling, right? They don't want to live, but for so long they felt like they just have to keep on for their family, for whoever, for whatever reason. And then so like it's like when they finally make that choice and start like planning or start taking steps to like doing it, it's almost a relief in a way. And I wonder if this creature or this monster, angelic woman, is sort of like a metaphor for that, in the same way that just in the same way that like once he was such a nervous, upset person, who had lost like his parents and has these panic attacks and really suffers from that. But then like as soon as he started to hear this this voice or whatever, or see this thing, this woman, this creature, whatever it is, it's like, but the fear was gone completely. And I do think it's a malevolent force. Like I'm not saying that all it does is take the fear away. Like clearly it lured him out to the balcony. It was like creepy standing in the corner, the water. I don't know what was going on with the water, but yeah, I think that in the same way it took away, you know, the pain or the fear, the anxiety. It's like it's also promising that like, oh, if you do what I want, or if you come with me, like you'll just have more of this feeling of feeling okay, of feeling um like everything's perfect, everything's great. And then yeah, and then like the beginning, because you could read it as like almost like a unaliving note, right? You could read it as like, I've always wanted to write stories, but I'm writing about something that happened. Before I apologize to him, I'm so sorry. The fact that I'm leaving you this way kills me, but I have to do it. I have to follow what I'm being told. Mom and dad would be so proud of the woman you become, and for the or anyone. I'm not suicidal. So yeah, the fact that he mentions um it's almost like so the story is definitely about unaliving, but it seems like it's about unaliving like because you've been tricked by the false happiness sort of that it can create, or the false, maybe not the sense of overwhelming joy, or I think it was joy, at least in this story it was described as joy, but it's the sense of like how it describes how it's like it's not hot and it's not cold, it's just right. I felt perfectly okay. And it's that okayness that kind of like lures our narrator in and can and whatever entices them to where they're going to listen to this voice and do whatever it wants from him, right? And so and it lures him out on the balcony, it whatever gets him to sit on it. It's clearly its intentions are not, you know, altruistic, they're not good, but yeah, I think that it is in a way of what the horror is. It's the horror of this really malevolent creature, this really malevolent, horrifying act, you could say. And if you're talking about unaliving and having it be, it's so horrifying from a glance or from the outside looking in, but then once you're in the throes of it, once you're consumed by it, it's like this sense of like, oh, I'm finally gonna be okay. Everything's finally gonna be, uh, I'm not gonna be too hot or too cold anymore. And that is a haunting frame of mind and thought to think about. I don't remember if it's like actually uh David Foster Wallace who said this, but it's in the movie called The End of Tour, which is about David Foster Wallace, and he unalived himself. But again, he talks about what up, Jacob Greenway 9146. Just finishing up this story here. Um, but yeah, he talks about how like people who are chronically depressed uh want to unalive themselves, want to whatever. He's like people don't realize that like he equates it to people who are in the twin towers on 9/11 and the buildings were burning and people jumped out because they didn't want to burn to death, but they knew they would die from just jumping out. And he's like, those people didn't want to die, but the horror of continuing on in the the situation they were in, meaning the burning building, like was too terrifying. The horror of having to live another second in that reality was too terrifying to the point to where they made the choice to jump out. And he explains how like every suicide for people can feel that way, where to them their life is so whatever horrifying, terrible, sad, and to continue on in that same way makes them feel just so depressed and awful that they feel like ending it is the whatever more positive choice, which obviously if you're starting to feel that way, get help. There's plenty of things to live for. Life's a wonderful thing, and it's in fact a lie that you'll feel better afterwards, or you would feel better if you were dead. It's not true. It's completely false. But um, that is the frame of mind that this story kind of plays with, and I think that the monster in the story kind of represents, and it's good for how simple it is. I think it goes to a very haunting sort of place, a kind of where you're kind of lulled into this false sense of I'll finally be okay, and that is kind of what this monster seduces you with, and convinces you, and that is horrifying. That is real horror, and for such a short story to kind of get to that point, I think is pretty cool. I think it was well written. I think there were a little bit of parts in the beginning about like just like the water bottle or whatever. It's like at first I was kind of confused, like did it actually move or did they just knock it over? And maybe that was intentional on the writer's part, but I think that overall it's a very strong story, and it goes to a very real interesting place in such a short time. I think that yeah, there's a little things that you could tweak here and there about like, or why was the water in the fridge gone to? Like, does this creature have a other motive besides just luring people to their deaths? Or um what is that, and why did it shift forms? It leaves us with a lot of questions. Like in the room in the corner, it's seen as this grotesque tall standing figure, but then outside it's this angelic eye luring presence sort of a thing. So obviously there are like some questions and stuff, but that's fine. That's good. Those don't need to be answered. Yeah, I do think it was a little slow in the start, just in terms of like it was about a person waking up and getting water, and it was kind of describing every little beat. But in a story where there's no like conversations and other stuff like that, it's like maybe that's okay. Maybe you just want to paint a very specific picture of every little thing that happens in the night that leads up to this, and that's fine. And it still had enough like character moments in terms of like the note on the fridge, and just the narrator listening to the voicemail from his mom, and talking about his past and stuff like that. That it was, for how simple it did have a richness to it that I liked. But yeah, I think maybe a little, that's kind of my only argument, is that not like much happened in it. It's basically a person woke up, they were scared of the dark, they couldn't find water, they got scared by the towel or whatever in their room. They go to the fridge, they finally drink some water, they go back to bed, then they wake up outside on the balcony, they get kind of hypnotized and lured by this thing, then they wake up at the computer, they write this story, then that's pretty much it, right? So you know I think a lot of stories might add, or a lot of people who write this sort of a story would add a point where they're like, but then I snapped out of it and I realized that, I mean, there's that one part where it says that, like, but it felt wrong, so it mentions stuff like that, but really, for the most part, it doesn't seem like our narrator wants to fight it. And I think that's more of a testament to the fact that, like, this is a deeper metaphor for, depression, mental illness, whatever, loss, grief. And yeah, I think it was interesting, for what, like a normal and like an angelic or like a Lovecraftian eldritch whatever monster whispering to you. Like that's kind of the way I thought it was gonna go. I thought it was gonna be like this this thing is, you know, I thought I was crazy at first, but then it turns out this thing is actually great and it's coming and it wants us all. You know, I thought it was going to be more of that kind of a story, but it really was just like a very specific tragic story about somebody who's clearly hurting and kind of lost. And as the night goes on, they kind of get taken over or convinced by this malevolent spirit, to join them, to join that malevolent spirit. And that in and of itself is very simple, but in the context of loss and tragedy and depression, it is kind of very haunting. It's like we all wonder, if we're just one tragedy away from like a whatever, a demon or whatever it is coming in the night and convincing us to make some mistake, whatever that mistake may be, um, is a horrifying, thing to contemplate, and it doesn't have to be a literal demon. It could just be like whatever, a bad choice, it could be the choice of drinking and driving, or I don't know, whatever. You could insert stupid choice here, or insert you know painful action here. Yeah. So, but yeah, it was a cool story. I liked it. I think it was good. I would definitely read other stuff from this author. I would challenge them maybe in their next story to maybe have a little bit of dialogue, maybe have some interactions with other characters besides just your monster and your narrator. You know what I mean? Because I just do think that the story was very simple, but I don't think it needed to be more complex. I think it dealt with some complex themes in a very simple way, which honestly is awesome. That is, I think, a testament to just some good writing and some good like subtlety that was used. So but yeah, it was a good one. I liked it. So I think we're gonna move on. Um, Jacob, thank you for stopping by. I don't know if you're still here. I hope you are. I don't know if one of your stories is being read and you're here from a DM. If you are one of the authors on the list tonight, I mean, you can check the description of the video and see, but please let me know. Um, because yeah, if I have an author here, it's always a little bit more fun because I can um kind of bounce off you in terms of some things. But yeah, if not, if you're just here to listen, then I'm happy to have you here. The chat's been empty up until this point, so thank you. um so the next story is from the White Mare, also known as the Black Stallion, I believe. Yeah, it's the White Mare and the Black Stallion. And it's I'm being followed by a snowman. It's the only thing that knows what I did, and it actually is a no sleep story. So shout out to them for getting a story on no sleep. That's always an accomplishment. But yeah, let's get into it. I'm excited for this one. This one had by far the most interesting like title of, not even of just the stories today, but I would say of like all the stories that have been submitted. So I was excited to read it. And I like it because it's kind of a two-part thing where it's like followed by a snowman. Okay, what? And then it's like it's the only thing that knows what I did. So it's like, I think we're gonna get some. I think we're gonna get maybe an antagonist narrator, or a bad guy narrator, and that did something wrong, and then we're also gonna get maybe a cursed supernatural snowman that's like, or maybe it's not cursed, but maybe it's like a vengeful spirit or something that Jack frosted this snowman, so to speak. And yeah, that's fun, and I think it's fun for like Christmas time too, right? It's festive, so I'm stoked. Jacob, I hope I didn't scare you off. You said what's up, and then you haven't said anything since, but if you don't want to talk, that's fine. I'm being followed by a snowman. It's the only thing that knows what I did. It was a soiree, not a party. That's what Anna told everyone as she dished out the canapes. I think that's how you say that. As she dished out the canapes and played the perfect host. It was just a few days until Christmas, and snowing like I hadn't seen since childhood. The frost that opacified, yeah, that opacified the window panes only made the inside of Anna's Tudor home feel even more warm. I sat in a leather chair and supped on my brandy while I looked out at the night. The neighbors' Christmas lights blinked red and green, and it was still snowing. More gentle now than in the morning. I sighed, knowing that would be the weather I walked home in. There was a quiet din of casual conversation that filled the room, accompanied by the Christmas with the Rat Pack CD playing in the background, as it had been on repeat since I arrived. It was a nice evening, although I wasn't really one for socializing. I came as a favor to my sister Anna, just to help her fill seats for her little dinner party. I finished the large brandy and set the empty glass down on the doily-covered windowsill. This was a night on the doily-covered windowsill. It was nice visiting my old home, but seeing this chair without my dad sat in it just didn't feel right. His absence was an eyesore. I caught Anna's eye and nodded my goodbye. She smiled in return, happy that I stayed this long. I shrugged past someone I didn't bother to meet and got to the front door. Annoyingly, half a dozen other coats covered my own. I rummaged through the waterproof mound, accidentally dropping a few to the floor as I did, until I found my jacket. I pulled it on me, zipped it up tight, and took my hat from my pocket. I then borrowed a pair of Anna's gloves, which had been lying on the radiator, and made a nice addition to the warm ensemble. With that, I opened the door and heaved myself into the cold night. I was immediately hit by the chill, the warmth of the old house abandoned, and I pulled my collar high as I began to trudge down the icy pavement. Snowflakes still fell, dancing in the air as they did. I ignored them though, preferring to keep my head down as I walked the empty streets. I live in a small, affluent town in the south of England. Every antiquated house was decorated with lights and the occasional plastic reindeer. but as to keep up appearances, they made an effort to avoid seeming tacky. The year was 2006, and the street lamps... That's funny. I feel like 2006 was a big time when things did seem tacky, but that's funny. And the street lamps still ran on sodium vapor rather than modern LEDs. The orange-yellow glow enveloped me and gave the bitterly cold night a warm facade. As the moon was shrouded, they offered the only source of light. As such, I had to avoid the usual alleys and cut-throughs which lay in total darkness. This added another 10 minutes onto my walk home, but I didn't mind. I mean, I guess I can see why you wouldn't want to walk through the dark, but also, I'm like adding another 10 minutes onto your walk home. I'd be walking through the dark, especially if it's a nice neighborhood. But I didn't mind. I enjoyed walking alone at night, especially when I knew no one else would be out in this weather. It gave me time to think about my past, which was a rare privilege. I can remember turning a corner as I started to walk up another street, which was on a fairly steep incline. Planted on the small front garden in one of the semi-detached houses was a snowman. The two large spears which made up its body had half melted and were frozen into one. Two branches with an uncanny resemblance to the real thing, meaning arms, I assume. Two branches with an uncanny resemblance to the real thing had been perfectly picked out to become the snowman's arms. A gnarled carrot attached at its nose and its eyes. A warm carrot acted as its nose, and its eyes, a crooked smile, were fashioned from small lumps of coal. A moth-bitten blue scarf was wrapped around the snowman's stumpy neck, a child's endeavor to protect it from the cold. I passed it without a second thought, other than to recall the many snowmen I constructed annually in my youth. The icy ground only added to the difficulty of scaling the hillside street. It was the first of many inclines I'd encounter, as my hometown was nestled among the chalk hills of South Downs. It really was a beautiful part of the country. Sorry, I was like, what if I just switched to British there? Halfway, or not halfway into the story, but like well into the story. I don't have a horrible British accent, but I certainly can't do it consistently. You know, maybe if it was like Peaky Blinders style, I could, but it was really a beautiful part of the country and suffered infrequently from snowstorms like this. When they did occur, however, they blanketed the fields in frost, giving them the same pallid complexion as the chalk cliffs. That last part, as I was like skimming it, I was like, this part just seems really British, so I should just read it. Anyways, I'll cut that out because I still don't know. I'm thinking this might be a woman, but I don't know. Again, I don't know. And it doesn't matter when you're just reading the story, like in your head. It doesn't matter if you ever know the gender, of the character. It's like you can assign that to them even if you get through the whole story and you don't know. It's like you can just imagine whatever you want in your head. But when I'm reading out loud, it's like I do like to try to, if not voice act a little bit, just try to like put some character to it. So yeah, for me, I'm like, I would really like to know if it's a man or a woman for sure, but anyways, doesn't matter. I'm thinking maybe a woman because they didn't want to walk down the dark alleys and stuff, which for a woman is smart. Like, I get that then, but. And for a man too, you can get mugged, you know. Men can get mugged too, but it's just the fact that it's like, it's an affluent neighborhood. I was like, you could probably just, you know, I know I would be walking the fastest way home, you know, light be damned. If it really is super dark in one place, I'm whipping out my cell phone and I'm using the flashlight, but I'm walking the way that gets me out of the cold the fastest. I passed a house where a party was being held, and I heard Christmas pops seeping from the red brick walls. I walked from the shadow into the light cast by the house's front, then back into shadow. Slowly, the din of the festivities faded and mixed with the harsh wind. I walked along the snow-covered streets, avoiding the pavement that had been turned slippery by frozen gutter water. It was near the end of this particular row of houses, just built south of the old prison, that I saw it again. The snowman, erected on a small patch of grass next to a driveway that barely passed for a garden. It looked nearly identical to the one before. In fact, it was. Same eyes, same smile, same scarf being tattered in the wind. I frowned at its similarities to the previous snowman, but didn't stop to consider it further. I continued my way home, crossing the empty road over to the miniature park that lay in the center of the red brick estate. It too was frosted over, and the petrified grass crunched under boot heel as I walked. Around halfway, I looked over my shoulder. The mist had eaten anything that lay more than 10 paces behind me. I looked forward again and continued. I lived my entire life here and worked at the brewery that was the heart of the town. I was often on delivery duty and knew the place like the back of my hand. As such, making my way home with little visibility was easier than it sounded. A few more inclined streets later, I was no more than a shortcut through the park away from my home. My fingers felt numb, and I kept my hands lodged between my armpits for warmth. My breath came out like steam from an old train, a constant reminder, if I needed one, of the chill. Sorry. I couldn't wait to step into the shower and let warm water subsume me. My path was stopped, however. A snowman came lurching into view from out of the mist. It was somehow constructed in the dead center of the road, busy by day, and had the same appearance as the last two I had passed, the exact same. There was really no denying it. I can remember thinking as I approached it, it was identical to the other snowmen. It was them. I now stood directly in front of it. It was eye level, but I could see only blackness coming from its lumps of coal. I took a step back and looked it up and down. The only difference I could make out was the increase in height, which was slight but noticeable. I soon came to the conclusion that a group of kids from the same clique at their school had committed to making these same snowmen around town, perhaps in reference to a piece of media. The answer was sufficient for me back then, before I encountered what seized behind those coals. I left this third snowman and continued walking towards the frozen park. Okay, so it is a man, okay. By virtue of being born a man in a place free from poverty, I never really felt afraid of walking alone at night. But as I left that third snowman in my wake, I felt the hand of fear on my shoulder. I couldn't pinpoint its source, although my eyes now flickered around my grayscale surroundings, my brain turning every shape into an assailant. My pace hurried as I crossed the green fields and past the children's play park that lay on its far side. The silhouettes of the sides and climbing walls lingered in my mind as I pulled the woolen hat tighter around my skull. Anyways, I'll stop. I just wanted to try it. I won't do a accent the whole time. I'm not that good, damn it. For some reason it occurred to me that the moment no, I'm kidding. For some reason it occurred to me that me at that moment that if someone was sprinting toward me from the darkness, I wouldn't hear them past the wind. This realization in my mind, I hurried up onto the concrete and held my breath as I passed under the bridge. Houses lurched from my surroundings. I now walked between people's homes yet again. A family dwelling in each. This reassured my scattered mind as the thought of my own home became its only occupant. My house was one in a row of semi-detached homes built along the side of a hill that continued up to the downs and looked out over the main road. A slate path connected the house to another, almost vertical slate path, which led down into a minuscule parking area. Because of the geographical hostility. Oh, the slopes. Okay. Because of this geographical hostility, very few old people or families with young, wandering children lived in these cliffside houses. Most of these occupants were singletons, like me, ranging from their 20s to their 60s. For me, this was home, and it was now only a minute walk away. I emerged from my final street, the main road. Usually eternally busy, was now empty and covered in ankle-high snow, bisected by a solitary tire track. I relished being able to cross without waiting an age, and made a show of it. I danced in the middle of the road, twirling and spinning my arms in the air, and my feet skirting the slippery asphalt. I opened my eyes and came to a stop, inches from a snowman. It stood stationary in the middle of the road, wooden arms swayed, and a tattered blue scarf blew in the direction of the wind. I backed up a few steps in horror. It hadn't been there seconds before. What? See, but that's the thing, is like single syllable. I don't know if I can do the accent. What? I muttered to myself. My words escaped me, accompanied by a trail of frozen breath. I stared at the snowman, who'd been following me this entire time, usually just out of view. It stood there. I put a gloved hand to my forehead, unbelieving and what was right in front of me. I think there's a typo here. I think it's I put my gloved hand to my forehead, unbelieving of what was right in front of me. I wanted to touch it. I had to touch it. That was the only way to prove it was really there, and not just a hallucinatory figment of my hypothermia. As my hand approached the icy surface, I became unsure as to which option was worse. Then my wool-covered fingertips made contact. Crunch. It was real, all right. A sudden clarity came. so intense I felt my head begin to ache. I staggered back as I realized I had seen the snowman years ago. I tried to run but slipped on the frozen tarmac and landed hard on my front. I groaned as I pushed myself up, thick blood dripping from my nose and turning the snow red. I looked up and saw the snowman was now in front of me again. I scrambled back on my hands and knees, then lurched to my feet. It had moved. I was now certain. Not taking my eyes off of it, I walked to the side in a crescent motion and reached the foot of the steep walkway. I looked away from the snowman, ascending the path as quickly as was possible on the slick stone. I stopped halfway and turned to see if it had followed. I searched the white landscape, expecting to see it peeping from behind every tree or street lamp. It was gone. I let my cold breath out and turned. The snowman was in front of me once again, blocking my path. I took a step back in fear, almost slipping back down the way I came. Panicking, I ducked under the rusty handrail and began to crawl up the inclined hill. Frozen blades of grass shattered under my body weight as I went, eventually reaching even ground. I clambered up into a run and didn't stop until I reached my front door. I tore my gloves off and buried my hands in my pockets, desperately feeling for my keys. I glanced behind me as I did. The snowman now stood at the front of the steps that led up to my door, just a meter away. I turned back around as I found the keys and fumbled them back into the lock. I suddenly felt a chill envelop my spine. This time, however, it wasn't from fear. It felt like I had pressed the bare skin of my back against a cold metal wall. The snowman was directly behind me. The door swung open and I fell inside. I slapped it shut with my boot, got up and quickly locked it. I tried the handle, making sure it wouldn't budge. I ran through the door to my left into the living room and straight to the wide window. From where my house was, I could see down the white hill to the main road. On the far side of it was a frozen pavement and large brick wall twice my height that had only frosted overgrowth behind it. The cars at the base of the hill were covered in snow, and it was as I looked at them did I realize that the blizzard had finally stopped. I scoured every inch of the view. The snowman was nowhere to be seen. Once I was absolutely certain of this fact, I uneasily clambered upstairs, went into my bedroom, and collapsed in a heap. Every time it has snowed since, I have become a recluse. I refuse to leave my house until the last of it melts, and even then I'm weary. Every time it has snowed since, it's gotten closer to the house. The first snowfall of December began earlier today, which prompted me to finally write this. I'm scared this visit will be its last. I didn't mean to kill her. I was 19 and staying at a friend's holiday home in rural Scotland, along with half a dozen other similarly aged lads. There was a blizzard that year too, one that hit the area we were staying particularly hard. I was sent out for a last-minute expedition to the nearest off-license I'm not 100% sure I know what that means. I'm guessing maybe like liquor store or nearest off license. I borrowed an old van we found on the grounds. which I ended up setting fire to later that night. I drove into town, but alas, all the shops had closed early. By the time I was driving back to the house, the blizzard was already in full swing. Not only was I drunk driving, I was driving while drinking. I had a can in one hand and a wheel in the other. Numerous houses dotted the stretch. See, I should have laid it earlier, but I was wondering, I was like, is this going to be a drunk driving story? I kind of, I'll say more at the end, but I was like, I was kind of thinking that because I was like, if he's just walking home and he starts to see the snowman, the something he did wrong must have happened like a while ago, right? Or I was thinking maybe on the way to the party he had hurt somebody, you know. But yeah. Anyways, I'm just this story's good. It's very satisfying. Like it's satisfying all my Christmas fears, I guess, or like, you know. It's good. It's very good. Numerous houses dotted the stretch. Numerous houses dotted the stretch of forested rows up to our holiday home, mostly owned by those with considerable wealth. Big gardens gave way to even bigger buildings, always Gothic in structure, that I would gawk as I drove past. I found out the full story just under a year later. Her parents were overprotective and didn't let her out that day. She was liable to catch a cold, they said, but the snow was a magical lure to children, and that's why when her parents went to bed that night, she sneaked out. She pulled on her Wellingtons, her coat, and her favorite blue scarf. A warm pair of gloves, too, crept downstairs and, as quietly as she could, unlocked the front door and entered a winter wonderland. It was nirvana for her. After a while of frolicking and forming a heavenly host of snow angels, she set her attention on the main event, building a snowman. A small ball was soon rolled out to form the large base, and another was similarly crafted to fit atop it. The little girl took extra care in making the head, and once it was sufficiently spherical, she got on her tippy toes and placed it like a crown on the snow body. The snowman was built at the very end of her garden, just in case an awoken parent happened to glance out the window. She was hidden in the mist and the snow, with only the full moon to illuminate her own little world. The carrot she had cleverly taken to bed with her was stuck in to be used for the nose. The nearby coal shed served as the source of the snowman's mouth and eyes. It needed one more thing: arms. She went to the house's black cast iron gates and slowly opened a gap just wide enough to squeeze through. Then she crossed the road to the forest that lay on the other side. She was too afraid to venture deep into the woods, but thankfully plenty of fallen branches were in reach. She took two back and slotted them into place. She then stood back to admire her handiwork and realized one of them was crooked. She shivered, not for the first time that night, and took it out. Then she made her way back out the front gate to the tree line. Quickly discarding the previous branch, she found one with much more resemblance to a human arm. Overjoyed, she turned to cross the road. That's when I drove into her. In the flash of an eye and the screech of a brake pad, her short life was over. The van came to a sudden stop along with her heartbeat. I sat there, clutching the steering wheel until my ankles were so white. I thought they had torn clean until my knuckles were so white. I thought they had torn clean through my skin. My mouth opened and closed like a beach fish gasping for air, but I didn't say a word. Eventually, I undid my seatbelt and got out, with snow and gravel crunching under my foot. I tried to look at her body, but I couldn't. It didn't look like a human anymore. I could only make out where her head ended and her crumpled chest began from the tattered blue scarf she wore. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw someone. This was it. I'd been caught, and my life would never be the same. I can explain. She ran out in front of me. I barely managed to choke out. It wasn't my fault. The witness stood still, judging me. Only a stone wall and the noise of the harsh wind stood between us. As my eyes sharpened in the pale moonlight, I realized who had seen me. It was a snowman. It was a snowman, as lifeless as the young girl. There's another typo here. In that moment of realization, I almost laughed to myself. Instead, I began to cry. I knew it would stay silent. I could actually get away with this. Then I saw a light turn on in the house. Reality struck me and I ran back to the van and leaped behind the wheel. While I was gone, my friends had found a stash of old malt whiskey in the cellar. When I arrived, half of them were asleep and the rest had the cognitive function of the first half. They couldn't speak beyond slurs and moans, and certainly couldn't recall my absence to the police the next morning. I did get away with it. I really did. I was hysterical in the aftermath, but learned to bury any memory of what happened. I tried never to dwell, and eternally told myself it was just an uncontrollable accident. That night in 2006 was the first time seeing my silent witness since it had happened. It had been following me ever since, getting closer every time it snows. I have no idea what it's going to do when it finds me here, but I fear I'm about to find out, for I've just heard the tapping of a tree branch against my window. What a fun Christmas horror story. What a banger. Absolute banger. I like it for several reasons, right? Creepy snowman haunts you, right, with the girl's scarf, which was never put on the snowman. So it's kind of that extra layer of supernaturalness where we get to kind of wonder, is it the girl's spirit? Is it? And it kind of like, if ever a spirit was to be bound with a snowman, it's like you could see how this could happen, right? Like in a fictional sense, like where it makes sense, right? And so that's so much fun. It's, you know, narrator tortured by his past in a really fun way, but it doesn't tell us that right at the beginning, so we do get that reveal at the end that is, you know, that is very satisfying. It hits, you know, it's got the snow. In Christmas horror, you know, you want several things. You want snow. You want maybe a creepy themed monster, whether that's a reindeer, whether that's Santa or Krampus or an elf or whatever. In this case, we get a snowman. You want, you kind of start with the jolly soiree or the party where, you know, it kind of starts you off at a place where, you know, if maybe not our character is supposed to be happy, it's like it's that false sense of security, right, that the holidays offer, right? And so it kind of starts you off there, and then we we quickly get to the snowman's following him, and then slowly, he's buried this memory, but slowly as the snowman keeps appearing, the memory becomes unburied, right, and kind of forces him to confront it, which is cool. And I just like, because honestly, it's a fear of mine, and I know it's a fear that like people have, and it's unfortunately a common reality that a lot of people drive drunk on the holidays. And anytime I drive to my family's house, to my parents' house, almost every time, somebody says like, be careful. There's a lot of drunk people on the roads. Drive slow. Don't take any unnecessary risks, so to speak. And yeah, it's just, so the fact that it's like a drunk driving thing is very real, and it's very like, ooh, maybe not heartbreaking, but well, it is heartbreaking too, but it's very like, it's very haunting that, it's this sin from our narrator's past that's come back to haunt him every Christmas and every time the snow falls, and something that is a symbol of like the season, that people love, and the innocence, and children play in the snow, is just for him turned into this nightmare that he fully deserves, right? Like, it would be one thing if he just killed the girl and went back home that night, and then like the next day a snowman was chasing him or whatever. That's not like that might be terrifying for some people. They might be like, killer snowman, that's awesome. But this story and the realness of it, and the realness of just the snowman just appearing and moving, but still being that frozen, not like actually coming to life and whatever. I really liked it because it lent a level of realness to it where it's like it just keeps appearing closer. It doesn't try to grab him or talk to him or whatever, but just that act of the snowman appearing, which when there's snow outside, it's like a snowman could really appear anywhere, right? So there is this kind of, maybe not where it makes sense, but you're like, oh, somebody built a snowman in the middle of the road, like to be a dick, or kids just being kid like that, kind of silly. But there is a mystical nature of the snowman, right? That anyone can build one kind of anywhere. There's the trope of the snowman coming to life, which I liked that it doesn't fully come to life in terms of, like I said, talking or like moving fully, but it totally does come to life as like a harbinger of if not revenge, or it's building up to revenge. Like, you can't escape your past, right? You can't escape what the snowman saw. The snowman was the witness, to the crime, and it's not gonna let you forget, sort of a thing. And that is just really fun. It is a little bit of a sad story in terms of like, it's not as fun as like, a killer reindeer maybe, or something, like, I'm sure there are more fun Christmas horror stories, but I think it's a really like good, like I said, real Christmas horror story where it really can just be haunting. And the same way that Legati had that Christmas story where it's like the Christmas party you're always stuck at, the Christmas Eves of Aunt Elise or whatever it was called, where the guy just keeps appearing at the party, and stuff like that. I think the way that I think that is really fun like that is fun because it's like, he gets sucked into it, and it's this play, and it turns out he's the old man, and like, but this story has another haunting element where it's like, every year it gets closer to him, or for a lot of years he buried it deep down, but then one, Christmas night, or one night in the holidays while walking back through the snow, it just all comes back. And I think that is part of that haunting, like, winter wonderland / nightmare. It was just done. It's very well executed for like a Christmas story, as well as just a good horror story, and it uses the snowman and the stuff in a fun way. And I even like the little like exposition end of the girl building the snowman. And the reason I like it, even though it's kind of like it's the story, about the story or whatever, it is like exposition-y, but the reason that I like it is because it allows you to get that scene of like the innocence of the little girl, and it humanizes her. She snuck the carrot, because her parents didn't want her outside. She was going to catch a cold, but she wanted to make a snowman so bad, and, I'm sure the parents blame themselves because they're like, we should have just let her play during the day and watched her. And, it's heartbreaking for so many different reasons. And all the more kind of satisfying that this snowman is there to make sure that this person can never forget, almost to the point where, I mean, if I was in, like, turn yourself in, it's not too late to do the right thing, I mean, there's no fixing it. You're not going to be, you're not going to be forgiven or find like recompense or whatever, but you still could own up to your mistake. You still could, could turn yourself in and like do your time or whatever. And I don't know what it would be like in the UK, but it's like, yeah, you took a life, and rather than wait for the snowman to just kill your ass, even if you have, you think you've made it out and you have a good life, rather than wait for the snowman to whatever, for, capture you, like when you're outside in the snow in the winter, and make you freeze to death in the snow like you did for that little girl, or, I mean, you might have killed her instantly, but my point is you left her out in the cold. You saw the light turn on in the house and you just ran so callously. So I think a fitting end for you would be like if the snowman like trapped you outside and broke your legs and made you just sort of freeze to death in the snow, thinking about that little girl and her family and stuff. So that would be a fitting end. But I think like your only way to atone would be to fess up, right? Even a little bit. And so, yeah, it's one of those stories too, where like, you're glad that there is some sense of justice in terms of this snowman haunting them, but you're also, at least I'm hoping that it's like, well, what would you rather be killed and tortured by a snowman, a vengeful but just snowman, or would you rather fess up? And so I'm like, turn yourself in, Jack Frost is gonna whoop your ass, boy. So yeah, but super fun. I guess I thought of it that it was called like Snowman in the title, and so I'm glad that I read it before Christmas. But yeah, I mean, that was awesome. What a great way to kind of get into the fun, the spirit of Christmas, while also getting horrified. Super good. And like I said, I don't really have any major notes. There was the couple of typos that I noticed, but I really like that the snowman didn't just come alive and be like, "You killed me," or I saw you kill that little girl," I picked up her scarf, like that sort of a monologue or something from the snowman would have been, I think, a little silly and unnecessary, but you didn't do that, and I think it was it was just well executed, well done. I do think maybe you could have a little bit more at the beginning of the party and just have maybe some interactions with our narrator and the guest, just so we can kind of get the sense of what type of person he is before we go on this walk with them. Because although we get the sense of what type of person they are by the end, that they're this lonely, whatever person, successful person, but ultimately like lonely and broken person who, their guilt is, whatever, and they were still drinking at the party, so it's not like they even learned not to drink. Obviously they didn't drink and drive home, but that night, but clearly their guilt has eaten away at them to some extent, and so I think that maybe just having like maybe a few interactions at the party at the beginning could kind of not even necessarily show that, because I think the rest of the story does a pretty good job showing that, but maybe just let us get to know this character a little bit more, and therefore when the revelations come, it's much more of like a betrayal. Even if they're not a likable character, it's still like, as the story goes on, we'll feel that like catharsis a little bit stronger. But that's really my only note, because the way he just kind of finished the brandy and is like sad that his dad is dead, or dad is gone, he's not sitting in his chair, and he just kind of finishes the brandy and leave. I'm almost kind of like, other than to just really paint the picture and get us there, I don't know, like the scene of being at the party maybe is just to show how much of like a curmudgeon he kind of is, and how lonely he is, and he doesn't want to stay at the party, and he doesn't want to talk to anyone, which is fair. The party does show us that, but yeah, that's kind of like my only note I guess I could have, is that maybe more could have happened at the party, but I don't even know if it needs to necessarily do that. It's just something I would think about if our writer, if our author was wanting to, rewrite this. I really like the bit about how when he left to go get liquor in like a stolen van, I guess, that he then lit on fire later, which is another crazy element to the story. I kind of liked I liked the element that when he got back, everyone was already passed out drunk anyways. I think that's such a fun touch, because it's like, yeah, you left to go whatever, buy more booze or whatever, which is what I assume he was trying to do, but you didn't even, he didn't even need to do that. It was just so pointless, and it made his carelessness all that much more. It was just that nice little touch where you're like, yeah, dude, fuck this guy, like, what a piece of shit, and so yeah, it's a great story. It really was great for Christmas. I'd recommend, I would love to see, I could totally see this story being published in like a Christmas horror collection. I think, I think it's good enough. I think it works well enough, and it's fun enough, and it's the right kind of length too for like an anthology just about, winter horror, that it's just fun. It's a good one, man. Shout out to and I see why it did well. I see why it was accepted on No Sleep and did well on No Sleep, and shout out to, Black Stallion / The White Mare. Yeah, it's a really good story, you know. It is. So I'll definitely. I mean, I already did upvote it, but the Tell-Tale Snowman. I like it. Yeah, it's good. And yeah, if you were gonna change the name, I think the Tell-Tale Snowman, uh, or like something about like, you know, this isn't the exact title I would choose, but something about like the Watchful Snowman or something like that, or like, you know, the Sentry Snowman, like something about like the snowman being the witness. You know, I think works for the title, but yeah, I think it's ultimately a pretty fucking killer story, and it's only 5 days old from No Sleep. Like that, 91 upvotes on No Sleep for 5 days. I think, you know, I think is pretty good, but then also I think it is pretty like it's cool how new it is, but it's also you know, thank you for, you not only shared it on No Sleep, but you shared it at least on my post on the uh, Tales from the Creeps, and so I appreciate that. I'm honored to have read it. That was a very badass story. That was very good. So yeah. Here, let's see. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick because I'm definitely, I'm doing the in the chair pee pee dance. Our next story is going to be between the cosmic webbing, and we're going to get through this, and then I don't know, we might get through, we might do, well, we'll do these short little ones real quick. I don't know, I don't know how much I can say about them. They're both pretty short. I'll try to say what I think. Obviously, I'll give my opinion. um But yeah, as for that, I don't know if we'll do anything else tonight. I got kind of a busy day tomorrow, but look forward to more streams. This next week, and I try to stream at least once a week. And yeah, my plan, that's really just my plan as of right now. I would like to stream more, but I work full time, so it can be a little hard sometimes. But I'm excited to read more of these stories, man. We've had some really good ones just so far in these first two streams. So I'm excited. I'm excited to read Between the Cosmic Webbing, and other stuff too. I'm sure there's a lot of good ones. So here, let's throw on Midwest Angelica just so that, something's playing while I'm going to the bathroom, and I will be right back.
Oh,
what the fuck?
That's nice.
What the fuck?
They talk to each other in a different dimension, so
Yeah,
have fun figuring that one out.
They're communicating Rosetta Stone via other planes of existence. Have fun trying to decipher that.
Was that a flash or something?
Let me see.
Or is that just a glitch?
Looks like maybe like waveforms or something.
Yeah.
Audio report from Dr. Stanley Vega of the Xenobiology Research Group in regards to findings associated with Podolsky neurons. Podolsky neurons.
Vega, is that like Vegeta?
Is that like a Vega Vegeta? What?
Is that a Dragon Ball reference?
Oh my god, Akira Toriyama, we miss you.
We do, actually.
While we previously had a rough understanding of how the star tool infection assimilates foreign biomatter, and that its methodology for doing so seemingly depends on what intentions it has, we, until recently, failed to understand how different pieces of the alpha chunk seemingly all become aware of new information, even if its pieces are long distances apart from each other. Recent experimentation revealed that certain alpha chunk samples animate a unique energy signature not previously encountered in prior studies. We've discovered that this energy signature becomes more detectable in parts of the alpha chunk where large concentrations of what we fittingly called Podolsky neurons are present. Because of their presence in AZ001, we are of the belief that these Podolsky neurons are part of the entity's central nervous system. Specifically, they are responsible for transmitting information signals to different parts of the entity's body. The observation that different pieces of the alpha chunk all become aware of the same information simultaneously, despite their masses not being physically connected, leads us to believe that Podolsky neuron signals operate on a principle similar to quantum entanglement.
You know,
hive
which
mind.
we're all familiar with. Yeah, it's a hive mind.
This long-range network of Podolsky neurons has been dubbed the Akashic plane.
Akashic. It's related to the Akashic records. It's a weird...
Akashic?
Don't worry about it. Yeah, Akashic.
Akashic interaction test, 3/15/1999. Stanley Vegeta? In Chicago, Illinois.
Is that Vegeta?
Podolsky samples are inserted into spinal cord. Oh, God.
That's nice. So they're trying to see if they can get people to communicate with the hive mind.
Right.
Which I think is just going to result in them becoming, you know, infected. Me when
looking
that's-
into my microwave waiting for my pizza rolls to be done.
Yeah, that was good. That was a good one, Hunter. Thank you.
Participant is asked to report thought process to re-enter personal.
All right, let's get back to it. Yeah. Between the Cosmic Webbing by Aggravating Yard 637. Trying to remember, what did I say about I said I thought it was an astronaut. Gonna be an astronaut stuck between dimensions, I think is what I said. So we'll see how right I was just based on the title, but thought I had a kitty breaking in. It always scares me because like I'll shut my door, but I won't shut it all the way. Because of that, they'll be push it open a little bit, and so it's like I'm sitting here late at night reading these scary stories, and it'd be one thing if they just walked in, right? But it's like I hear my door move, and I'm like, you know, it's fucking scares me. And then sometimes I'll see their little paws poking through the door, and I'm like, and well, at least I know it's the kitty, but I'm like, oh fuck. Oh. One go. She'll only jump up of her own accord. The FTL jump gate is possibly the most important creation in the history of our species. Maybe. Together. Good girl. Ella, say hi to the people. Hi, people. Turn that. The only comparable equivalence would be the discovery of the steam. They are capable of bending the fabric of space and time into a wormhole just big enough to fit one person in a cramped space pod. This allows us to travel as far as we want instantly. Just a couple centuries after their creation, now stretch across entire galaxies into the edges of the known universe. What was once reachable and unseen could now be touched. They really are remarkable machines. However, they do have one flaw. Well, it isn't really a flaw, it's a fundamental law of physics, quantum tunneling. There is a non-zero chance that you could pass through the gate in just the right way to be sent somewhere completely different than intended. But this was never really a concern. Same way you wouldn't be concerned about phasing into the ground when the atoms in your feet perfectly align with the atoms in the floor. The chances of entering the gate this way are so close to zero, it might as well be zero. It just became another niche and interesting thought experiment, a conversation starter for engineers. But if there's anything that time has taught us, it's that with enough of it, probable becomes inevitable. I woke up today just like any other day for the past 5 years in my bunk aboard the Jades 1 space station. I rub the drowsiness from my eyes, get dressed, and make my way to the hangar. Today is the day we would fire up the jump gate back home. I still remember being offered this job 5 years ago. It baffled me how reckless upper management was when it came to how we set up the gates. First, the astronomers would look to the stars, scouting for a system that can be colonized. Once they deem a system desirable, they give the go-ahead to build a gate orbiting Mars. Go ahead to build a gate orbiting Mars and plug in the coordinates of the desired system. Then they hire gate engineers, such as myself, to jump to the system, build the second gate, and tether it to the one back home. Till the second gate is constructed, deliveries and people just appear through a temporary rip in space-time that closes nanoseconds after passing through, no way to return, a one-way ticket to the great unknown. Like I said, it's a very reckless way of doing things, and gate engineers are exposed to all kinds of risks as a result. But there isn't really a better way to set up gates this far away from home, unless you're willing to wait 13 billion years for us to travel there the old-fashioned way. Also, the job pays incredibly well, and you get food and housing provided during your 5-year contract. 2 or 3 contracts would easily have you set for life. All eyes are fixed on the gate, suspended in the eerie scarlet starlight of this system's red dwarf. We watch with great anticipation as our project, 5 years in the making, whirs to life with no issues. Cheers and clapping can be heard throughout the entire station. Our way back home is fully operational. We then wait for a couple hours as the first pods are sent back to inform home of our gate's completion. We wait a couple more hours as the relief crew is sent through with practiced efficiency to relieve us of our duties. We pack our belongings and send them through first to be processed. We suit up, then finally we start boarding our pods. God, I got hair all over my face. would you... I'm taller, so contorting into the small cockpit with a cumbersome suit on is difficult. I shift in my seat until I am comfortable. I give a thumbs up to the technician outside. He seals me in, pressurizes the cockpit, and starts me along the track. Our pods align like cars in traffic. Then, one by one, we are shot out of the hangar towards the gate. In all honesty, I should be nervous. I should be scared out of my mind leaving the confines of a perfectly good space station and being shot into the empty cosmos in nothing but a tiny sardine can. But I'm not. I'm relieved. Relieved that my job is over. Relieved that all the dangers are behind me. Relieved that I finally have the money and freedom to live how I wish. But most importantly, relieved to know that in just a few moments, I'd be on Mars, my family waiting with open arms. There's no alarm, explosion, or sudden release of pressure that accompany my journey through the gate, but I know right away something is very wrong. Upon exiting the gate, I cannot see Mars. As a matter of fact, I cannot see any stars either, just darkness. As if all viewports were tainted black. I look to the rear viewport of my pod. There is no gate behind me. It was as if I was spit out by space itself, birthed from nothing. But that shouldn't be the case. Maybe the gates were calibrated incorrectly. No, at least 24 pods passed through before me. I'd see them here as well, and we wouldn't have received the relief crew if it was miscalibrated. Confused, the first thing I do is try to find a point of reference, something that told me where I am, but no matter where I look, it's all the same, darkness. A darkness so perfect, so uniform, so empty. I send out using my ping pong's navigation system. Maybe there's something unseen by the naked eye out there that can be used for reference. I wait. The scan travels at the speed of light. It would take about 1 second for it to reach something 3,000 kilometers away, and take another second to return to me. 30 seconds pass, 1 minute pass, 2 minutes pass. Nothing. No celestial bodies, no subatomic particles, not even a single stray photon. I lay there counting the time elapsed with no ping. 1 hour. A thought enters my mind. Starts out small, a tiny primal sense of dread that chips away at the back of my head. Like a child's fear of the dark, of what lurks under their bed. 2 hours. The thought pushes its way through my gray matter until I can't deny it anymore. 4 hours. It is an accepted theory that everything we know It is an accepted theory that everything we know in our universe, every photon, proton, neutron, and electron, is contained and clustered along strands and nodes of a grand cosmic web, like towns and cities connected by highways. In between these nodes lies empty space. Nothing in the most literal sense of the word. A place so empty, so far removed from anything that no light, energy, or matter of any kind has ever or will ever touch it. A place where so little happens that time is meaningless. A place where the only change to even occur within billions or trillions of light years has been my arrival. A place no different than the void beyond our universe. As more time elapses without a ping from the scan. My theory was looking more like fact. I was sent to a cosmic void. 8 hours. I begin to panic. My chest tightens. My lungs feel as if they turned to stone. My stomach churns. My mind begins racing, thinking of any possible way to get home. I scream. I pound the walls of the pod. I hyperventilate. I become a mess of emotions. I vomit in the cold, claustrophobic cockpit. I'm lost. 16 hours. I cry. I laugh. I whimper. I begin writing on the viewport, writing useless equations and futile plans, anything that could possibly give me hope of getting back. Ow, Ella. Don't scratch me. The sweat and bile that hasn't soaked into the fabrics of my suit begin to coagulate into a multicolored mass floating around the cockpit. 32 hours. The walls of the viewport are saturated with equations and condensation. I wipe away the precipitation and look past the chicken scratch into the void again. I'm hoping to see something out there, something to prove that I was still somewhere and that I was still someone. Nothing. My eyelids are heavy, my arms ache from writing, my legs are stiff from lack of movement. Eventually, my anxious mind is forcefully wrenched from consciousness by my exhausted body. 64 hours. When I wake, my mouth is dry and my stomach rumbles. My journey was only meant to be a few minutes long. Despite this, they still give us about 10 days of food and water to wait out potential rescue. Obviously, no one would be coming for me. I look at the release lever on the wall next to me and consider opening the hatch, letting the void suck the air from my lungs and boil my blood. It's an incredibly painful way to go, but it would all be over in less than a minute. It's better than starving to death, but I don't. My shaking hand moves away from the lever and grabs the first emergency ration. I don't know if it's the coward in me unable to end it all, or if it's the explorer in me curious to see what happens next. I sit back defeated and begin to think. I think about what I lost. I think about who I lost. I think about what would happen to me. I think about what everyone would think happened to me. I think of all the theories and speculations that would arise from my disappearance without a trace. I think of the memorial service they would hold for me. I imagine my empty casket being lowered into the ground while my parents, my siblings, and my friends watch on silently, unable to get the closure they deserved. 128 hours. The pod's fuel cells have fully depleted. The lights fade as the filament within cools for one last time. The rhythmic hum of the air filter goes quiet. Now the only illumination for billions of light years are the red, glowing emergency strips on the walls. Here the escape happens. Renewed terror sets in. Despite the fact that this pod could never get me home alive with the power of 1,000 suns, let alone 4 fuel cells, I can't help but feel I just lost an important lifeline. My space suit detects an increase in CO2 and begins to process the process of switching me over to its emergency supply. My visor closes automatically and I hear the reserve tanks hiss to life. Here's what I'm wondering at this point in the story. I was just going to read the whole thing through without saying much, but I'm wondering at this point in the story is, clearly this is a horrifying, to be stuck between realities and the nothingness that is the cosmic void, as it says, um, is clearly a horrifying concept and one we can't really fathom. Um, for one, I think, you know, I think I might open the hatch earlier rather than later to see if I can survive out. Because I don't know, the whole thing of like your blood would be sucked out and all that. It's like there probably is a scientific reason why they know that would happen. But also, I would have to assume that like, well, this is all theory at this point. Like no one actually knows. So like maybe there is a chance that if I get rather than starve to death or have oxygen starvation inside the thing, it's like, you know, yeah, I would rather have that quick death outside or and maybe have the chance that like what if opening the thing, I don't know, like shoots me out and I fly back into some other wormhole or something, you know. So there's that, but then also like I wonder in this story, is it just going to be about the living outside of time and in this area and the horror of infinite nothingness forever? It would be essentially like in a way like going to hell, especially if you just survived and you didn't age, you know, and you stayed cognizant and aware. It would just be like complete hell, right? Complete nothingness forever. The absence of anything or any, you know, what it's torture, right? Um so yeah, or I'm like, what if there is something in the void? Like what if he's not the only thing that's ever been blipped into it, or what if something already exists in the nothingness, right? And so I wonder, is the story going to is it just going to be darkness and nothingness and the absolute unending horror of that, or is it going to is there going to be something else, you know? I guess is kind of the question that I'm finding myself wondering at this point in the story. And one thing I do have to say, I understand he's not like an astronaut who's maybe trained to do this. He's like an engineer, you know. He knows what it's like to travel through the gates, but he's not trained to like whatever deal with life or death situations maybe all the time or whatever. But I also think I'm like, you panicked almost instantly, and I get that, like fair enough, but I'm also like, yeah, the explorer in you, as you mentioned, I'm like, I don't know, I would at least want to see if it is just darkness in every direction. Okay, fine, yeah, that's boring, like you don't want to really explore that, but I guess at one point I would want to see like, you know, is there something in the between realm? Is there, you know, can you affect thing? Maybe there is nothing there, but maybe he can affect things outside of it. You know, he's living outside of time right now. So is there a way that maybe he can affect moments in time? You know, I don't know, with his thoughts, with his actions, with it, you know, who knows? Like that point, you know, what I mean is like there has to be experiments or something that you could do that you could at least find engaging, at least for a while, right? Or interesting, you know? Like, okay, right now, I'm going to think of, you know, like blah, blah, blah. And, you know, maybe that has an effect on his life or something because right now he's outside of time. I don't know. I don't know the quantum elements of all of it, but I find myself wondering, right? You know. emergency strips began to fade. I was hoping that my eyes adjusted to the darkness. I would see something previously drowned out by the artificial light. No such luck. The suit has done a good job of keeping me hydrated. I eat the last of the food. The black water tank below me has reached its max capacity. 10 days of my own filth join the ball of bile in the cockpit. Even with a hermetically sealed helmet on, I can smell it. My hand once again drifts to the release lever. Once again, the cower in me prevails, and I can't bring myself to pull it. I decide I would rather die a long, drawn-out death, cocooned within this place I knew, and instead of experiencing a short death exposed to the unknown. See, that doesn't really make sense to me. You're like literally drowning in shit, and you're gonna, I don't know, suffocate to death, die of starvation. That to me, I'm like, what? You want a quick death in the unknown as opposed, I don't know. This pod and everything within was the only thing left of the world, of a world no longer accessible to me. It became more intimate to me than my own family. 512 hours. The emergency lights have finally faded. It's so dark that inside of my eyelids are brighter than the void around me. Right, with the visions and thoughts of a place I can no longer reach. Okay, so he's saying with his eyes closed, he sees more. Okay, I get it. Right, with visions and thoughts of the place I can no longer reach, a place no longer real to me as much as I am no longer real to it. Before long, I couldn't bear to keep my eyes open for more than a few seconds. The suit does much of the heavy lifting now, regulating my... The suit does much of the heavy lifting now. Suit does much of the heavy lifting now, regulating my body temperature and straining what water and nutrients it can out of my thinning body to keep my vitals going. The clump of waste, solid at this point, occasionally taps against my helmet visor, like death himself, politely knocking, waiting patiently for me to let him in. I spend most of my time floating motionlessly, curled up, eyes closed, like a child in the comfort of their mother's womb. There wasn't much left to see, hear, or feel anymore. I did more thinking, so much thinking. I counted the seconds that passed, my only metric for time now that I couldn't see the numbers on my watch right in front of my face. My only metric for time now that I couldn't even see the numbers on my watch right in front of my face. I thought of home. I played back every memory and detail from my old life dozens of times over. I thought of what lied beyond the walls of my pod. The smallest part of me felt honored that I was the first thing to ever exist in this part of the universe. If you could even call this part of the universe. Smaller part of me felt pride for the cosmic lottery I had to win to be there, to be here. But most of me felt fear for what would become of me. Would my remains ever be found? I pleaded with God. I pleaded with the void. I pleaded with the same cosmic miracle that brought me here. I pleaded with every fiber, every particle every quark of my being that something would discover this place, even if it was something as simple as a stray photon from the sun back home, bouncing off my frozen corpse trillions of years from now. 1024 hours. I don't quite remember when my body fails, my heart stops, my lungs draw their last breath, and my blood stops flowing through my veins. However, my mind endures. The suit uses the last of its energy and the last of its oxygen supplies to stimulate my brain. A final attempt to keep me alive a little longer for rescue that will never come. I don't mind the lack of senses. There is nothing left to see, nothing left to hear, nothing left to taste, nothing left to smell, nothing left to fear, nothing at all. My thoughts are that of muddled clarity, answers to questions I don't remember, solutions to problems that don't exist, memories of events I never experienced, holding conversations with people who aren't there. I can feel each synapse in my brain going dark one by one. It's a slow process. I lose more and more of myself, eventually resembling a calculator more than a man. As much as I'd like to say that my last fleeting thought I ever have is of my family or some valued experience from my life, it's not. My last thought is 2048, 4096, 8192, 16,384, 13,768, 65,536, 1,300 and 100,000, 131,072, 262,144, 524,288, 1,048,576, 2,097,152, 4,100,194,304, 8,388,608. Of course, gonna make me keep going. 16,777,216. I'm not gonna be able to read these numbers at a certain point, but I will keep going for as long as I can, out of respect to the author. Where was that? Was I at 554,432, 67,108,864. Are we at 1 billion now? I don't know. 134 million. 134,217,728. 268 million. 435,456, 563,870,912, 1,073,600,000, 741,824. 2,147,483,648. 4 billion. Of course, it's gonna go into the trillions. 4,294,900. Oh no, 294,967,296. 8,589,934,592. 17,179,869,184. 34,359,738,368. 68,719,476,736. This is getting actually easier as I go on, but I don't know if I'm doing it right. 637,438,953,472. 247,877,906,944. 549,755,813,888. 1,099,511,627,766. ... Alright, so this is from our author here from Aggravating Yard. This is the first story I posted publicly anywhere. The artwork was made by me as well. I've been a longtime fan of the podcast, and y'all have been a positive force in both my interests of spooky stories and my life in general. Hope you enjoy it. Let me know how y'all like it. Please hold no punches with critiques. I'm looking to improve both my art and my writing. So here's what I have to say. The numbers are a haunting end. That's fun. I don't really think you necessarily wanted people to read them all like that. I hope that you enjoyed that I did. It's a haunting concept, right? And it is just a cool haunting concept, right? It is a short story, but there's not much of a story here in that it's just a guy who gets blipped out of existence and gets stuck in nothingness and just waits to die and keeps waiting and keeps waiting. I don't know if by all these numbers counting, if we're fully supposed to assume that he's staying conscious through all these millions and billions of years. I don't really see it that way. I think it's more just you're trying to illustrate the infinite nothingness and what that is on a calibrated like level, like it's this many times infinity time, and so you're just doing that to so that your reader gets that sense of just never ending nothingness and what infinite nothingness actually looks like on a calibrated level. And I think it's a cool ending in that respect. However, like I don't even know if I fully buy like 120 or 1,024 hours. Maybe his suit lasted that long. But I think but I also just think he died a long time ago. And I also don't know. I don't buy the whole you wouldn't pull the lever. Like, I think, yeah, you might wait till you're starving and whatever. I think most people would probably pull the lever, if only, like, what do you have to lose? You know, why wouldn't you? Sort of a thing. And so that's why I am choosing to kind of read it that way, slash, if not read it that way, I'm just trying to say that, like, you know, I don't know if I fully buy that he just goes until his mind is slowly being shut down one synapse at a time. But it's your story. You can have it, you know, you can have it any way you want. And it is a cool, haunting ending, and it does the best. Like, the best horror element is representing, first of all, that, like, nothingness, and then representing nothingness times infinity, and that as a concept is quite, you know, quite terrifying, quite awful. But it really is just kind of like a concept or a beginning of a story. And by that I mean, like, I do think you could have went other ways with this story. First of all, there could have been something in the void, right? Obviously, you didn't want to go that way. Fine, you just went with infinite void forever, which in that case I do think this ending works well. And is really fun. Now, having said that, in stories, you know, people like when some things happen. People like when I would have liked to have seen maybe a point where he just tries something, whether it's like taking the fuel cells out of his thing to try to create an explosion or something. You know, I don't know. Something like that, to where he's like, if I'm in a place of non-space, right? If I make an explosion in a place where space, between space or space doesn't exist, could I tear a hole? You know, I don't know, just something. And this is all my very layman's, like, terms. Like, I don't understand physics and all the shit. So now, having said that, after reading this and everything, I do think, like, you would be a good science fiction horror writer, or just science fiction writer. I think this is probably pretty accurate. I think you explained quantum tunneling and, like, all the concepts in a very easy to understand way that it made it fun to read. And so I do think that, like, in your next story, I hope it's sci-fi again too, but it doesn't have to be. But if it is, like, I just hope it's one where more stuff happens, right? Where it's a person, maybe it's millions of billions of years in the future, and it's humanity along with maybe other alien races exploring the quantum realm, and maybe they come across this guy's body. You know, it could be a continuation of that. It could be and it could just be what it looks like after spending so long in nothingness, but not, like, decaying the same way a normal body would in time and in, like, normal reality, right? So maybe, like, there's something there. Although I would also just think you could write a really dope science fiction horror that has nothing to do with this. That's just a completely new concept. I think it's a cool descent into not even madness, but, like, non-existence, I guess I would say. It's cool. It's an interesting concept. It's a unique concept. So I'm certainly glad that I read it, and I think it's a cool story. Now, having said that, it's like, yeah, it was just hopeless and dreary, and the hopelessness just kind of compounded. And um, in stories, you know, I think ultimately the ones that are more interesting are ones where more stuff happens in them. Characters triumph and fail, and, you know, lines are drawn, and there's good guys and bad guys, you know, and that's like speaking in terms of like maybe even longer stories and novels and stuff. But for a short story, it certainly captures a really interesting concept well. And so I think you should be proud, and I think you should, you know, you can expand on that ideas of the cosmic webbing or the cosmic in between realm and you know, you could do more things with that, you know, and that could be that could like be maybe your bread and butter. It sounds like you know it well. Um, People talk about cosmic horror a lot, but they don't put it in, you know, it's very Lovecraftian in the sense that it's, you know, a sailor finds Atlantis or sails underneath the sea and find, you know, it's stuff like that, but it's not cosmic horror in the sense of like on this cosmic of a scale. And maybe this guy didn't find anything, but maybe there isn't nothing, just nothingness in that realm. And so maybe, you know, your next story explores what happens when someone or something, you know, your next story could be from the point of view of a robot or a drone or something going into this realm and finding finding whatever there's a really great series that I would recommend. I don't know. I listened to it on Audible. It's on Audible. It might be called like Expeditionary Force, or it might be whatever. But it's essentially it's about like these drones, and these drones' job are to kill hostile life forms. Like they're murder drones essentially. It's their jobs to like protect the scientists that are staying on these outer planets and moons and stuff, and where there's hostile life on them, and they're just supposed to like kill the aliens and stuff. But there's one drone that essentially becomes sentient, you know. He he downloads like a bunch of like crap TV and stuff, and he really likes to watch it, and so like from that he becomes like sentient, or maybe all the robots are sentient in this universe, but they have like these strict protocols and safeguards to like make them not develop that. I don't fully know the lore of it. And I'm sorry, I'm doing a bad job of recommending it, but I do want to say that's a science fiction that I really that I listened to maybe like a year ago now, but that was pretty cool. And what I liked about it is you know, it's from the robot's point of view, which is fun, but it wasn't just all about like, well, AI is taking over and we gotta blah blah blah. It's like, no, the robot is essentially just a slave, you know, who gains a consciousness and wants freedom, you know, wants to be able to make his own choices, and so it was it was fun to listen to for an audiobook. But um yeah, I think as far as science fiction goes, and then just I think it was great. You know, like I said, I think more could have happened in it, and that's where I think you probably know that too as a writer. I think it was like your first story, like you said, and you wanted to just keep it simple, and you wanted it to be about the theme and the concept, and you did really well with that. So you should be fully proud. I think your next move is to be like, how do I, you know, how do I do a story with more characters or more plot elements, and how do you tie in you know, more, I don't want to say interesting because that maybe sounds too harsh, but a more intricate maybe plot would be how I would say, because this plot, I think you have to agree, is just very simple. It's about a dude getting lost in a place where no one could ever possibly find him, and dying, you know. And that's fucking scary for sure. So as far as horror goes, like, you know, I think it's really cool. And I think this ending is really fun, where you're just compounding and compounding and compounding the numbers. And I want to say the only part where I felt like I was able to figure out what was a million and what was a billion was because I remembered that in a billion it has 3 commas, and that's from Silicon Valley, where Russ Hanneman's like, "You and me, Richard, after we get all this money, we're gonna drink this entire motherfucking bottle of Trace Comas together." And he's all happy that because he's a billionaire, and he's like, "I need my 3 commas back, Richard. I'm nothing without my 3 commas." And they're like, "You're still like really rich. Like you still have like $900 million." And he's like, Trace Comas, Richard, But anyways, yeah, it was a very fun, very, very, very cool sci-fi horror. And I think you should be proud. And as far as cosmic horror goes, I think it does cosmic horror in a really subtle, interesting way, where it's the cosmic horror element of it is the incomprehensibility of nothing times infinity, right? And how we can't even perceive or understand that. And then the other thing too I want to say is maybe say something about like, okay, so he is running out of oxygen in the suit, right? That's the problem. That's what's ultimately going to kill him, or is it starvation? I was a little confused about that. Clearly, like it said, the suit like recycled water or whatever. So yeah, I don't know. I think that I think that is maybe something for a dumber person like me, you could maybe spell out a little bit more. And if you want him to truly stay in the capsule the whole time, like maybe some other reasons as to why he doesn't pull that lever. Maybe it's because if he pulls the lever, he'll know that his body won't get found. Like his corpse will just explode, and maybe he wants to stay in there as kind of a tomb, right? So just in case anyone ever enters this realm in the future, they'll at least know that someone maybe came before. Maybe there is a reason why he doesn't pull that lever. But to me, I'm like, there's just no way, there's no way you wouldn't pull it. But that's just the way I, thought about it and interpret it. And I'm sure people have different answers to that question too. I'm sure it's not just me who's like has my way that I would want to do it, but I'm sure that other people have other opinions about it too. But it was good. It was definitely just even looking at those numbers and not reading them, but just watching them get big. It's just haunting. Like when you truly even begin to try to wrap your brain around it, it's just haunting, and it just makes you like go ugh, and not want to think about it anymore. So it did that to me. It definitely did that, and that is good. That your story accomplished a horror shiver, for sure. So here we have Night Springs by Harold Sleeper 000. Now I'll be honest, I don't usually do this, but for poetry and especially a poem this kind of short, I feel like I had to, or maybe not had to, but I read this before, and I'll just come out and say it. I don't fully know what it's about or what it means. Like other poetry, I've just kind of read live, and I felt like I did a pretty good job of figuring it out. But this one I've already read, and I'm not 100% sure what it means. So here, I'll read it. Night Springs. Once back and forth. Oh, sorry. See, I already fucked it up. Night Springs. Once forth and once back. Are you sure you want to go back to a place in the trees, right on its knees, dark on its face, night to its lees? away from a knocking space, once forth and once back. Are you sure you want to go back? Now, what I'll say about it, it's definitely haunting. It's definitely a scary poem. I think it, even without me fully knowing what it's about or what it means, it's haunting. Now, if you take away the word Night Springs, I feel like I would be even more lost. I assume this poem is about going to some sort of mystical, ritualistic night springs, right? And it's saying, "Are you sure you want to a place in the trees?" I'm very confused by bright on its knees, and then the night to its lees. I don't know. Like, I'm wondering if I'm missing a meaning of knees and lees and what. Um. Yeah, because Lee's, I mean, obviously there's like the jeans Lee's, but night to its Lee. Is a Lee like a river? I forget because I looked up Lee when I first read the poem. Okay, we have Harold in the chat. Great. So now I don't have to look up all this stuff and you can maybe just help me out a little bit. Is questioning if he should return to a town. Oh, the town is called Night Springs. Town is supposed to be a place of trauma, thus trepidation. And see, without me knowing that there's a town called, which I guess I could have figured it out because Night Springs is capitalized like it's a town, so maybe I should have known that. But it is vague, but I think it works being vague. I think it's haunting with its vagueness, so I think it's using that well. But I never would have put that together. But that doesn't mean that you need to be more specific or change anything about the poem. I think people like it the way it is. I think it works. But okay, so let me think. One's forth and one's back. Are you sure you want to go back to a place in the trees, bright on its knees, dark on its face? The bright on its knees. So does that mean like positive when you submit to it, or like, but then dark on its face, night to its lees? So yeah, I'm still wondering about night to its lees, away from a knocking space. And away from a knocking space is a question, so. On its knees. I would say it's really, I feel like it's, the middle part that I'm most kind of confused about. I understand the dark on its face and bright bright on its knees, night to its lees, away from a knocking space. It's cool. It's haunting. It's certainly a haunting poem. Like, it definitely is. It's just that, yeah, it's like to a place in the trees, bright on its knees, dark on its face, to the core. Okay, night to its lees. Okay, like night to its core. Like, okay. Yeah, okay, bright on it. So only when the town falls, bright on its knees. Yeah, meaning when the town submits or when the town changes or however you want to interpret that. Okay. night to its core. Away from a knocking. I was thinking I thought about knocking space several different ways, but I was thinking knocking space meaning like hollow. And then yeah, no, I know like I wrote it to mean isolation from away from a knocking space. It's cool. Like that's the thing is that it's cool and it's definitely making me think about it a lot, which is the sign of a good poem. And when I first read it, I remember I instantly was like wanting to ponder it and think about it more. For me, I'm like away from a knocking space. So all this is all about the town, right? Dark on its face, night to its lees, right on its knees. Away from a knocking space, meaning is that meaning that the person that the person this poem is asking, because this poem is asking, are you sure you want to go back? Does that mean that it's asking uh are you sure you want to give up your isolation, or are you saying in the town you will be isolated? The knocking. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, okay, I can see that. Away from a okay. Away, yeah, okay. So away the town is away from a knocking, like away from any sounds of life or away from okay, I get that then. It's definitely a simple haunting poem. I think that it all just depends on how much you want the reader to be able to interpret that, or if you want this, because I think the way it's written now is people I get the sense that it's about like returning and the trauma and the not wanting to go back somewhere that holds a lot of hurt for somebody. I definitely see that. Now the question is that like, do you want, you know, how much do you want people to know that it's about a town, or how much do you want people to just know it's about just a place of trauma and pain and hurt? And I think I don't really yeah, I don't think, it matters too much if you go one way or the other, but I just definitely didn't pick up on that it was from a town. But again, maybe that's my own uh whatever careful reading of it. Maybe I should have just saw the capital Night Springs and realized, but in titles words are usually capitalized, so that's the other thing. The reason I maybe the narrator is asking if he wants to go back to an isolated place, a place away from humanity. Okay, I see. It's definitely cool. I definitely think like your rhyme and the simpleness of the lines. It's just very haunting. I feel like this could be a good poem, like used in like media to describe like that foreboding sense of like somebody's scared to go somewhere that's isolated and that's that's whatever going to it's going to horrify them or going to hurt them, Yeah, any number of things, but mainly for a place of trauma, a place that holds pain and one past. Yeah. And I think that's what people will get from it. I think that's what it will evoke in people, even if they don't fully put their finger on it. I think that's pretty clear. And with the whole like bright and then dark and then night on its, I think it's pretty clear that that it's a haunting, dark scenario, so to speak, or place, So yeah, I mean it's cool as shit, man. It's a good I think you said a lot with using very little words. This is very different from my poetry that I write. I write usually some short lines, but a lot of really longer lines. And really simple poetry like this is hard to do, and it's even harder to, I think, make it have such meaning. I think so. I think it's really good. The more I learn about it, I think that some of it definitely went over my head, which is fine. That doesn't mean that poetry is highly specific too, and it's highly like it's not, it's meant to be interpreted, but it's not meant to be interpreted by everyone or the same way by any means. So I think it's a strong poem in those senses. And what I like about it too is that it's other than like not quite knowing what you meant by lees and stuff, I think it's very approachable. It's a poem that anybody could read, that anybody could like recite if they so choose. I think it would be a great poem to use like for some old crazy person to like say in another story where they're talking about some dark place or something bad. It would be really cool to be used in some other media like that. I think it would work really well. On the back burner as well as a novella. I'll post a no sleep sometime soon. Yeah, nice, man. That's awesome. I mean, that's great. I love the horror poets in the community, as well as just the the people who don't just write short stories or what. Like I think that what you can say in a poem sometimes, what some people are trying to say in stories, a lot of times they could say in a poem if they only tried to write it, or if they only thought about it in a different way. They might be like, wow, I could say just as much, if not more, with a poem, And so, in that sense, I think that a lot of people are poets and don't know it. You know what I mean? As cliche as that may sound, with the whole "I was a poet and I didn't know it" thing, but it is kind of true that unless you've written poetry before, you're never gonna know what idea or what thing is good for a poem. Like Edgar Allan Poe wrote plenty of horror stories, right? He also wrote poetry, and he wrote The Raven, as a horror poem, and it's what he's most remembered for. It's the most famous one. The whole idea of inevitables and the Raven, and it's super. It's a great poem, but I think there are a lot of people who maybe would have had this idea about like a bird that is a symbol of impending doom and all that, and they might have written a story about that, when he captured it so beautifully with a poem. And I just think it goes to show that it's like different tools, right? As a writer, you can have different tools for different ideas and different things, and we as writers need to kind of try to expand our toolbox, our repertoire, because there are some things that you might start off as wanting to write a short story, but it maybe is just more of a concept or a scene or something like that. And yeah, it might be a great scene for a horror story that you flesh out, or it might just be a horrifying scene that you could capture really awesome with a really awesome haunting poem. And so I think this is a good example of that, because this is, it's about the feelings and the emotion of going back to a place that haunts you, and that, uh, just as much as it is about like physically actually going to a place. And I think plenty of people would be like, I'm going to write this creepy story about this guy who goes back to his hometown, but then it's a ghost town, and he's seeing memories from his past all at once, or something. Like, they could have made it a lot, really storyified it. But I think this poem captures a lot of the same feelings and questions, that story would too, or a story like that would as well. Yeah. Okay. Hell yeah. Well, good. Yeah, they're about very vivid dreams. Yeah, and for some people that is a good way to write, because their dreams don't always make sense in this linear story kind of a fashion way. But a poem doesn't have to make sense in that same linear story sort of a way. So a poem can be it can be a great means of just capturing the feeling and the emotion. And then once you have that down, it's like, well, then you can flesh it out too. And maybe there is a story that comes from it as well. It can be both. It can be both a poem and a story. So, all right, let's get on to the next one then. I'm excited. All the lost people I know are dead. It's strange, something like that to realize, until you have another realization. It was inevitable. The bus careened through the station, the driver dead at the wheel, and took down everyone. All the lost, miserable people, bundled in layers of their own luggage. It managed to come across nothing but absolute entropy and misfortunes of physics manning at the wheel. That's very good too. I like it. I think it paints a picture the way the other one didn't before. Like, not that it needed to really paint a vivid picture. I think the other one had the hauntingness of the rhymes and stuff, where this has some rhyming in it too. But until you have it was inevitable. The bus careened through the station, the driver dead at the wheel. It took everyone down, all the lost, miserable people bundled in layers of their own luggage. Like, that is a very stark scene. It managed to come across nothing but absolute entropy and misfortunes of physics manning at the wheel. Yeah, I think like, right, kind of the middle, because like the name of the poem's All the Lost People I Know Are Dead. And in some ways you could say all the people in the bus are lost, right? Maybe they think they know what they're going, but they're essentially in transit, right? And and so, like, in some ways I think that, yeah, it's kind of it's kind of haunting that this idea of all these people who thought they were going somewhere else were actually going here, and miserable people bundled in layers of their own luggage. I don't know if that means like as the crash happens or in the aftermath, but I see these people with like suitcases and clothes, like, strewn about, both on their bodies after the crash and during the crash, like flying through the air. Um, but it's a haunting image that is just one of those things that it's like, no one plans to get in a car accident, or no one plans to, I try to. I try to, Sully. No one plans to sort of like have everything go to shit, in other words, right? But then the idea of like your own luggage, I don't know, whatever, being splayed all across you or whatever. Those are your plans, right? Those are your luggage is an acknowledgement of the future, right? And the things that you're going to need. So this idea of it just splayed everywhere, and then the next line of it managed to come across, which you could think about like it's saying like the bus managed to come across, but what I think this line is saying is it managed to come across, like I managed to see, or I managed to understand, or this scene managed to make it apparent that it was nothing but absolute entropy and misfortunes of physics manning the wheel, which I think is just a dope line. Like, there's something in poetry that kind of always bothers me when people read poetry or talk about poetry, is they just don't mention enough when they're like, at least to me, like critics or people who talk about poetry, is they just need to be, rather than trying to make themselves sound smart and whatever else, they just need to mention when things are just dope sounding, when they're cool, when it's just a cool formulation of language and it sounds good to your ear and it's fitting and it's fun and it's awesome. And I really like that ending of it managed to come across nothing but absolute entropy and misfortunes of physics manning at the wheel. Cool. The idea of, misfortunes of physics are what is driving the bus is just, it's just a dope concept. It's a cool concept. It's a cool thing to say. I can't say it any differently than that. It's just a cool line. It's a cool end to the poem, and then even in the beginning too, all the lost people I know are dead. It's strange, something like that to realize, which almost sounds like a typo, or the way this is phrased is like, it's strange, something like that to realize. It kind of perks up your ear a little bit, and it makes you go like, oh, it's strange. Because the proper, whatever, I forget what the word is, order of that sentence would be, it's strange to realize something like that. But it doesn't say that. It says it's strange, something like that to realize. And I don't know, I just like that beginning because it just kind of perks you up, and then it goes, but then it goes, but that's not the realization that gets you. It goes, until you have another realization, it was inevitable. And you're like, oh shit. So all the lost people I know are dead. And then this idea that, oh shit, that's not the strange part. The strange part is that it was inevitable. And it's just, yeah, it's a cool beginning. It's a cool, like, you think the poem's about this, but think about it this way. It's a cool way to kind of get your reader to, you kind of juke out the reader and say, you think the poem's about this, but actually think about it this way. And this way is actually a lot more terrifying to think about it like, the people are waiting for the bus to arrive, have nothing but their own clothes to keep them warm. And the line is supposed to be, and took down. Okay, I see. If you took out the dashes. Okay. See, and yeah, maybe that's just Reddit fucking you over with the maybe that's just Reddit fucking you over with the format. I don't know. The driver dead at the wheel and took down everyone. Oh, okay. I see. And took down everyone. I see. Yeah, Reddit fucked you. Okay. See, and I would edit this then. I would change it. If it's not formatted correctly, it definitely needs to be, because it made me read the poem differently. Not that it was bad. I think it's still, it was still cool, but yeah. Well, I'm sorry. Now I just feel sorry because I feel like I read it the wrong way because because Reddit fucked you in the format, but be misleading thing about the story, but it was supposed to be technically be the first line of the story. Try fitting it in that way. Yeah, okay. Yeah, all the lost people I know are dead. Strange. Something like that to realize. Yeah. No, and it does fit in, and I mean, when I read all the lost people I know are dead, but it's sometimes the title of the poem is the first line, and then other times the first line repeats, or it's not. The title of the poem is something else, but yeah. Oh, yeah. No, and I see what the dash is. I see what you mean. It took, yeah, the driver dead at the wheel and took down everyone. It managed to come across nothing but absolute entropy and misfortunes of physics manning the wheel. Yeah. Yeah. No, and I just read it wrong too. I don't know. I don't know why I wasn't reading the dashes like that. Maybe I was just, I don't know, maybe it's just been a while since I fucking read. I think the double dash maybe just threw me off. But yeah, okay, so it's people waiting at the bus station, bundled in layers of their own luggage. And okay, I see what you mean now by they're bundled up. See, I was thinking it was like people on the bus or waiting for the bus, right? That could be perceived either way, but I could see how you're just saying people bundled in their own clothes. Uh layers of their own luggage is just a way of saying bundled up in their clothes, But I like it. I think it's a horrifying scene for sure, and I think that like the last line really sticks with me along with just the people. I think layers of their own luggage goes hard too. Yeah, I think it's very interesting. And it makes me, yeah, and I think the thing I say about the people waiting for the bus uh being lost people in some way, I think, is somewhat true. all the lost people I know are dead. It's strange, something like that to realize until you have another realization. It was inevitable. The bus careened through the station, the driver dead at the wheel, and took down everyone. All the lost, miserable people, bundled in layers of their own luggage, managed to come across. Nothing but absolute entropy and misfortunes of physics manning at the wheel. Yeah, it's definitely good. It's definitely a cool. I like how short it is too. I think, yeah, I think for that scene, it really, again, it says a lot with very little, and I think that is a sign of just poetry in general, but also good poetry. So take that for what you will. But yeah, I like it. I'm here for it. I like your poems. I'm sorry I didn't read more of your stories, Harold. I promise, since you've been so active in the chat recently, I promise to read one of your stories on my next stream. But yeah, I do need to go to bed because I got to get up in a few hours, and I got a long day. But I really wanted to stream tonight, so I hope I appreciate that. Yeah, to see, yeah, you're right, Sully. Yeah, to see people intertwined with their own clothing, or like, or to even to think about like if these people get completely demolished by this bus, right? And then because it's like cold and they're all bundled up, it's like there's just clothes everywhere too, you know? If you've ever seen like a car wreck or like a car that like hit a pedestrian, it's like you see shoes over the place, you see, crazy stuff happens to people at that, and it's like, you know, it's almost like you're just like, what? Did somebody come by and just toss out like a bag of clothes? And it's like, no, it's like those are pieces of people, literally, and that's what's, fucked up and crazy about it. But yeah, it definitely evoke that. I think that's the point of this poem too, is that it evokes a lot of other horrifying images, not even necessarily related to exactly what the poem's describing, but yeah, it's yeah, it careened through the bus station is kind of how it, is what I assume it means by station. Yeah. It's good. It's really good, but yeah, that is to say that's going to do it for the end of my stream, but since you've been so active in the chat, some some part of this story also came from something that happened to a friend. A friend died in a car wreck years ago. Drove off a bridge, crashed her car. I can't forget her. As you shouldn't, dude. That sounds horrible. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you went through that. And I'm sorry that happened to your friend. You know, I think poems, even if it's not about a person, going off a bridge, I think poems like this are a way of us trying to understand the horror of those types of situations, right? And so I think, yeah, in some ways it's like it's maybe not healing, but it maybe helps you to just, yeah, try to wrap your mind around horrifying shit like that. And this poem definitely, definitely makes me think about that stuff and try to wrap my head around it. So, but yeah, so yeah, back to what I was saying is that, yeah, since you've been so active in the chat these past couple streams, I will read one of your fuller length stories next time, and then yeah, I'll read other stuff too from other people, but yeah, I just want to let people know that now I'm just talking to, everyone, is that that's another great way to get me to check out your story, is to just come pop by in the chat and you know, or leave a comment on a video, you know, that too, and just, uh, tell me, leave the name of the story or whatever it is. But like, that's always a good way to get my attention. Not that leaving the comment in the post wasn't enough, but I just, there's a lot of stories, and so I'll get to them when I get to them. But there's always, there are always other things you can do to kind of reach out or get your story pushed up in the queue, because I really like to read stories when authors are in the chat, or leave comments afterwards. I feel like that's fun, because then we're engaging, we're talking, and you might be able to, if not like change my mind or whatever, but we might be able to like ask some things out about a story that maybe I didn't understand, or maybe, maybe I had an opinion that you think like, oh, but I was trying to do this thing and maybe I didn't realize that. And so I've had a lot of good talks with people in the comments and in like DMs and stuff, where we've where we just talked about their stories and stuff, and it's been really cool, because I feel like then it's this collaborative thing where we get to, kind of cross pollinate and help each other, if not like in the act of writing stories, just in the editing process, or in the next story, tell you what worked in your story, so then you can kind of capitalize that and grow that in the next. But yeah, thank you so much, Sully the Kelly and Harold Sleeper, for stopping by in the chat. I appreciate you guys. And then, I appreciate everyone whose story we read tonight, from Aggravating Yard to the White Mare, or the Black Stallion, as some people call him. And then Comprehensive Win, all the stories were fun tonight, and yeah, I'm gonna keep doing it, guys. I'm sorry that I can't stream more, I guess, but I would love. Okay, are you so? Yeah, okay. I would love to read stories together, like we talked about. I just think our schedules are so different. Yeah, I do think that's pretty much always people's main. Not even people's, because I've only really had it with one person, but that is going to be the challenge for me, is that I stream at odd times. I work nights, and by that I mean overnight. So like, I wake up at like 7 o'clock at night, and I work, until 4 or 5 a.m., and then I stream maybe at the end. So it is going to be hard. You're right, but we can carve out some time, or we can, figure it out, or we can, maybe not you hopping on my stream, but maybe me just doing a video with you on your channel, because then we can kind of do that, record that whenever and upload that whenever. Maybe that's what'll work out slowly. But yeah, that's the plan as of right now. I mean, and if it doesn't happen, no big deal, no sweat. It's just something that I was like, well, if we're both doing the same thing, maybe we could do it together. But yeah, it'll be cool. We'll figure it out. And yeah, keep going on Tales from the Creeps. Keep reading stories. Writing stories is important, but reading is also important. So make sure that you guys are going and upvoting and leaving comments on people's stories, because that's how you get writers and people to come back. Is we got to make this subreddit feel like it's a place for people to actually have their stories get seen. And so that's my biggest thing that I tell people to do, is just upvote stories, comment on stories, you know, tell people, give people specific feedback, you know, talk about parts of the story that you really loved and why. That goes a long way with authors. That's, you know, that's something I've heard, and what I know for me always feels the best. Like when you show a work of art or like a story or something to like a friend or family member, when they just go, "Oh yeah, it's good," or "It's cool," you know, it feels all right. I guess it feels fine, but it doesn't feel nearly as good as somebody being like, "I really liked this part when this thing happened," or "this character did," you know, I really love this character in your story. That always goes you know, such a longer way, and it just is a way of, you know, really feeding people's creative flames, so to speak. So that's all I got today, folks. I appreciate you all. I will talk to you guys later. Peace out. And Sully or Harold, if you guys messaged me, yeah, I just didn't want to read my messages on the stream, but I will check them. So if you guys messaged me, you know, uh, just know that if I am streaming, I might not check it, but I'll check it after. So, anyways, that's it for me, Red Death Mask. Thank you, friends and fiends, for watching the Red Death Mask stream, and I will see you guys in the next one. Probably sometime this week, if not next weekend. You know, we'll see what happens. But thanks. Peace out.